withdrawn from you. May your home fatherless. Let your seed become vagabonds on the earth. Let the words of your mouth and the words of your hands be returned back to you. Let it go down your throat and choke you slowly until your days become few on the earth. The word of God says, touch not my anointed and do my prophets no harm. You've been warned. And if you want to know where that is at in the Bible, go to Psalm 109, go to Psalm 35, go to Psalm 140, go to Psalm 141, and keep our names out of your mouth in the name of Jesus. Have a blessed day.
What a venomous little creature. Did you hear the way in which she said choke? Could you imagine her standing over you like Kathy Bates in Misery? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the wife of premier internet degenerate and all-around lying dirtbag, Derrick Jackson. So if you want to know what kind of household he runs, what kind of people in it, that was his wife, Danae. As of recently, if you thought that all of his nonsense and chicanery wasn't taking a toll on her, oh, it's been taking a toll, all right, and she has not been taking it well.
Every tongue continuing to arise against the names Danae Jackson and Derrick Jackson with lies, with slander, with false accusation, and with mockery, I release the plagues of Egypt over your lives. And if you continue your pursuit as Pharaoh pursued Moses and the Israelites and drowned in the Red Sea, so shall you drown in the Red Sea of your problems in the name of Jesus.
Jason Black, yeah. I'm trying to sleep with it.
Have a blessed day. First of all, I swear I hear a smoke alarm chirping every time I start one of these videos. So you figure all that money he scammed and schemed off all these silly ass single moms, and they at least would have got that taken care of. If she's the only one home, you figure she at least got the stepladder and got done that, so she was But yeah, y'all, she is wired for sound. And we can keep this up for a minute here. I started up here, but in reality, she can keep this going for a while. And she sure did. Disturbing is not the right word.
Today I have time. Now, when the Bible says pray for your enemies, it meant this. Go to Psalm 140. It's a prayer for deliverance from evil men. Evil men would be what? Enemies. Deliver me, O Lord, from evil men. Preserve me from violent men who plan evil things in their hearts. They continually gather together for war. They sharpen their tongues like a serpent. The poison of asp is under their lips. This is some people that always got something to say. They always got to talk about you. They always this and that. They think they know something about the Bible, but they don't know anything because all they have to say is pray for your enemies, but they didn't open their Bible to see how the Lord actually commanded you to pray for your enemies. It goes on to say, keep me, O Lord, from the hands of the wicked. Preserve me from violent men who have purpose to make my steps stumble. The proud have hidden a snare for me, and cords they have spread a net by the wayside. As for the head of those who surround me, let the evil of their lips cover them. Let the burning coals fall upon them. Let them be cast into the fire, into deep pits, that they rise not up against me again. Let not a slanderer be established in the earth. Let evil hunt the violent man to overthrow him. That's how you pray for your enemies. They want to continue to talk. You pray the Psalms on them. When you pray the Psalms on them, you are praying fire down from heaven. So hopefully this bless somebody. Get in your Psalms, go to Psalm 35, go to Psalm 140, and pray the Psalms on those people. God bless.
Did you see the way she was thumping that Bible? Did you see that? He's in the house with this. On the one hand, you realize he's a lying piece of crap dirtbag. And then on the other hand, it's like, oh, this dude is locked in the house with this. He is locked in the house, got kids, a marriage certificate, and everything. He is shackled to this. So on the one hand, you're like, boy, you are one of the most disgusting, reprehensible dirtbags walking the earth, Derrick Jackson. And then on the other hand, but this is what you chose as your woman. And she's got the prayer stash and everything. Ladies and gentlemen, forget the Church of Jesus Christ. Welcome to the Church of Hate. This is the Church of Hate. You might have thought your pastor was a little bit fire and brimstone-ish, but this is the Church of Hate. By the way, it don't even near about stop. She goes on a rant.
Hosea 4:6 says that we perish for a lack of knowledge. And y'all need to learn how to pray, because y'all out here getting trampled over and stumbled over by these demons and these agents.
The glasses, y'all. Are those look like those Derrick Rose, Jalen Rose glasses? Now, I'm a guy who wears glasses, but none of mine really look like aviator goggles. So is this really the new style? Somebody tell me what that style of glasses. Help me out. Is that like some Gucci style thing? Are they really expensive, or I just don't get it? Maybe I just don't understand it, but I just don't get it. Maybe it's just me.
Hosea 4:6 says that we perish for a lack of knowledge. And y'all need to learn how to pray, because y'all out here getting trampled over and stumbled over by these demons and these agents of Satan in the world. You need to go to Psalm 109, and it says, "Do not keep silent, O God, of my praise, for the mouth of the wicked and the mouth of the deceitful have opened against me. They have spoken against me with a lying tongue. They have also surrounded me with words of hatred and fought against me without a cause. In return for my love, they are my accusers, but I give myself to prayer. Thus they have rewarded me evil for good and hatred for my love. Set a wicked man over him, and let an accuser stand at his right hand. When he is judged, let him be found guilty, and let his prayer become sin. Let his days be few," that means let him die, "and let another take his office. Let his children be fatherless, and his wife a widow. Let his children continually be vagabonds and beg. Let them seek their bread also from their desolate places. Let their creditors seize all that he has, and let strangers plunder his labor." Y'all don't know about the danger of the word of God. When you come against the man or woman of God, they will pray some prayers on you, and it's not patty cake prayers. Oh, let them no. Everything connected to you now has to go according to the word of God, because that's what I'm reading. Have a blessed day. Hosea 4:6.
May your wives be widows and your children be fathers. This is a woman whose husband is one of the most internationally renowned hypocritical degenerates walking the face of earth. She's got children. And take a look at the manner in which she addresses the world. If you want to know what it is that turns people off about Christianity, it is because mentally and emotionally imbalanced fanatics throughout history, but in the modern era, people whose biggest issue is somebody saying something they don't like, not somebody stringing them up or doing physical harm, saying something they don't like, that they grab a Bible, and this is the kind of stuff they come out with. If you agree with what I'm saying here tonight, because my likes are low, so apparently I'm offending a lot of Derrick Jackson lovers. But if you're not a Derrick Jackson lover, if you don't support Virginia Jackson's gross, hideous, gruesome misinterpretation of the Bible and distortion of the Bible, if you don't support that, give me a thumbs up in the super chat and hit the likes button for me. Otherwise, I'm going to be like, oh, the Derrick Jackson folks don't like this. Let me go ahead and shut it down. By the way, you can see I played like 4 videos so far. She ain't even close to being done. She's not even close to being through. Folks, she goes on and on. This wasn't just 1 or 2 videos. She went on and on, day after day, reel after reel.
Matthew 16:21-23 reads.
Let me skip that one in particular. Let me go right here to this one.
Reading, so I received a message from Monique, and she says, "Hey, beautiful woman of God, I love your zeal and boldness. May I please ask a very genuine and concerned question regarding the prayers you've been praying? I so understand and can definitely relate. My own concern is praying that way, although it is scripture-based, but is it sound? New Testament says to bless those who curse you. So can you please help me understand that part?" And so I am going to go into teaching you about this, right? So the first thing that we want to understand is that this is the Bible, and everything in the Bible from Genesis 1:1 to Revelations 22:21 is the Word of God. All of it is real and it's active and alive. And the best way I can explain it is this: when you go to the airport and you're trying to catch a flight, you have to have some form of identification, right? You have to have some type of license or passport in order to get on your flight. The same thing is applied to the Word of God. If you don't have your identification, you do not get all the benefits of the blood of Jesus. And all the benefits of the blood of Jesus is not only in the New Testament, but it's also in the Old Testament. And you have to look at the entire Bible, the entire Word of God. Greetings, I received them.
When you hear somebody start rambling, you got to understand what you're hearing. So she's taking letters, and yeah, she's letting you know what she's doing. So
the entire Bible to get the full provisions of the blood of Jesus. Turn your attention to Hebrews chapter 13, verse 8. It says, Jesus Christ is the same yesterday and today and forever. That word yesterday is in reference to the past. That means everything in the past in the Old Testament, which would be the past, is the same God. He's the same person that split the Red Sea, that released the plagues, that sent fire down from heaven to consume the 50 men. Today, he's that same person, and in the future, he will be that same person. That means that everything in the Old Testament is still applicable to today. And we have to start understanding and
did you all hear that smoke alarm go chirp back there? I heard it loud and clear this time.
With the Son and the Holy Spirit in Genesis, the first chapter, where God said, "Let there be light," and light is in reference to Jesus. The Spirit hovered above the waters. That is the Holy Spirit, all three of them. We get to know who God the Father is through the stories. God the Father is a God that has zero tolerance and patience for disobedience or rebellion against his word.
Does that include your degenerate, lying husband?
He has no patience, and he is like, I'm going to destroy everything. Everybody knows the story about Sodom and Gomorrah. He will kill you, right? But he sent Jesus to have mercy, but don't get it twisted. The three are one, and the entire Bible to.
By the way, if that's true and everything, your husband, who has been a degenerate, lying con man around the world for years, by the way, does this also apply to him? Sorry, Ms. Jackson.
We are one, and Jesus, with his mercy, will not have mercy on you forever. There is a time limit, and that time limit is only up for him to know. Nobody knows that. And this is where we can find that in the Bible. Go to Genesis chapter 6, verse 3. It says, Then the Lord said, My spirit will not contend with humans forever, for they are mortal. Their days will be 120 years. That means that the mercy has a time limit on it, and you have to begin to be obedient to the word of God within that time limit. And each person walking and living on the earth has a time limit to accept Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior, to get to the Father, and to be obedient and practice righteousness in order to receive the benefits of heaven and to receive your glorified body. And if you are not walking in righteousness and being obedient, then there is a consequence to that. And where do we find the consequences to that? We have to go to the Old Testament, in which the Lord laid out the law as it relates to.
Heard that smoke alarm again.
In the books of Deuteronomy and Leviticus, right? And learn who and what those rules are. So let's go to the book of Deuteronomy. We are one.
You have to be aware when you have individuals like that. First of all, she's reading the New King James Version. For those of you who actually know the history of the New King James Version, I find that to be actually rather interesting if you look into the history of the New King James Version. But neither one of y'all has got the time to go and change that smoke alarm. You've got children in the house. Sounds like you got babies in there. You got children in that house. and you have not changed that smoke alarm battery. Let me guess, the Bible doesn't say anything about smoke alarm batteries, so don't worry about fire. All right. By the way, where's your husband while you're... Apparently, he was like, well, look here, I ain't got to fool with it. As long as she's sitting in front of a camera annoying y'all, at least I don't have to do it. So, oh well.
Deuteronomy 28. It is blessings for obedience and curses for disobedience. I'm going to only read the first verse. If you fully obey the Lord your God and carefully follow all his commands, I will give you today. The Lord your God will set you high above all the nations on the earth. All these blessings will come on you and accompany you if you obey the Lord your God. That means that you have to follow the directions that are in the Bible from the beginning to the end of the Bible in order to receive the blessings of the Lord, which comes with the mercies and all the blessings and protections of the blood of Jesus. However, if you do not obey the Lord your God and do not carefully follow all his commands and decrees I am going to give you today, all these curses will come on you and overtake you. So that means that if you are in disobedience of the word of God, so if you are lying, if you are giving false witness, if you are committing adultery, if you are having sex and you are not married, you are in violation of the law and curses are already upon you.
Does that include your husband?
Directions and receive blessings, or disobey and receive curses. We know that this is still relevant today because of Matthew chapter 5:17, which reads, do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophet. Deuteronomy 28.
Does that include her husband? I wonder, does that include him? By the way, do y'all see she's going on and on and on and on? Day after day, she was going on and on. This is part 5. She was just going on. This wasn't a momentary thing that she got over after a little bit. Okay, how now, brown cow?
I said that every tongue arising with lies against Danae Jackson and Derrick Jackson, right? So let's look at what the Bible says.
Where are the lies, ma'am? Okay, you can be as upset as you want to be. Where are the lies that are being told on you and your husband? Who's lying? We'll come back to that one.
That every tongue arising with lies against Danae Jackson and Derrick Jackson, right? So let's look at what the Bible says about lying. And we have to look at the Old Testament and the New Testament as it will.
I'm sure your husband will get quite the education here.
Verse 12:22 says, lying lips are an abomination to the Lord, but those who delight faithfully are his delight.
Mm-hmm.
Colossians 3:9, which is the New Testament, says, do not lie to one another since you laid aside the old self with its evil practices. That means that lying is an evil practice. Leviticus 19:11, which is Old Testament, you shall not steal nor deal falsely nor lie to one another. Proverbs 6:16-19 says, there are 6 things which the Lord hates, yes, 7 which are an abomination to him, right? A haughty eyes, a lying tongue, right? So there's lying again. Let's go back to the New Testament. When in John chapter 8, verse 44, whenever he speaks, Satan, right? He speaks from his own nature, for he is a liar and the father of lies. So that means that when you're lying, whether it is a little lie or a big lie, you are operating in the spirit of Satan and his kingdom, right? And there are so many more, you can Google that. But when that means that you are in violation of the word of God. So if you are speaking against it.
Every man has sinned and come foul of the law of God.
So I said that every tongue arising with lies against.
I mean, the Bible literally says that everyone has sinned in transgression of the law of God. Everyone. But apparently, her and her husband are in special dispensation. Well, of course, no religious fanatic in the modern era would be complete without, of course, trying to show that they think that they are equal parts holy and polished. So, the left, she has a little dance for you.
The faith, pray once this time. On the devil, let's stop. On temptation, let's stop. Other side, real smooth. Yeah, good job.
Welcome to the jungle. We have fun and games. Now, I'm not really sure why that keeps happening for some strange reason. Keeps doing that for some strange reason. It keeps like maybe she's got some people
Take a step.
some people out there who are really good at messing with things, but it's not supposed to be shifting camera angles right now. She's got a little song and dance she'd like to do for you all. And if this sounds like something from the most mayonnaise church you've ever been to, you wouldn't be wrong.
Who wants this time? On the devil, let's stop. On temptation, let's stop. Other side, real smooth. Now praise and shout. Alright. Take a step of faith. Pray once this time. On the devil, let's stop. On temptation, let's stop. Other side, real smooth. Now praise and shout.
Fellas, if you ever come home and see your woman doing this, particularly if you see her doing this in front of a bottle of liquor or a dog or your children, it is time to leave right then, right there. You can't save it. You can't redeem it. She is a nutcase. You probably fell for the sexual access. But yeah, she is too far gone. The other thing is, you see the first comment up here. Can you please share weight loss tips now? Some folks are going to say I'm mean for this, but I couldn't help but notice it looks like she's wearing a trainer or a corset or something up under there. So while she's in the comment section trying to tell everybody about her weight loss and how she stays in shape and things, but she's so, speaking about liars and deceivers, ma'am, you're so obviously wearing something up under there that is keeping you all packed in one place. Couldn't help but notice that you all can see, you can see the ribs on it. But when she's in the comment section, she's saying something a little, she's trying to imply something different. But yeah. So anyway, anybody, I mean, if you want to know what kind of church she goes to or whatever, and I'm not disparaging it, I'm just saying, by the way, yeah, this is how they praise at her church. This is how lively it is.
Take a step of faith. Pray once this time. On the devil, let's stop. On temptation, let's stop. Other side, real smooth. Now praise and shout.
The moral of this story is that this is what happens when a fella gets married early in life before he finds out what his options out there really are. This is what happens. By the way, my lights are not keeping up very well tonight, so apparently folks don't like the program, so we're going to go ahead and wrap things up here in a minute. But I wanted to go ahead and go over this to say this is what happens when a fella gets married too soon. Maybe he came from a religious household or whatever, and he felt like, hey, I found me a chick who's pretty straight and she ain't running through the block, and he gets married right then before he finds out what his options really are. Because as a young man, you'll tolerate some of this insanity if it means your sexual access is low. You'll tolerate some of this. But boy, once you find out what the hell your options really are, you're like, man, you gotta get me away from this cornball garbage and let me get down with some dyed in the wool, true as know what to do hoes out here. If you don't let me go down here to Midtown and get me a little layup loft so I can get me a chick up in here who know what to do. There's only so much cornballness I can take. I need a chick who know what to do. I have a strong suspicion, yeah, that's kind of the way that it goes there. Kind of the way that it goes. By the way, she kept going. She didn't stop. She kind of just kept going. She was just out there and just, kept it rolling, in case you were wondering. So you can see just video after video. She didn't stop. She didn't back down. She didn't quit. She just kept it rolling. She's real about it.
Another reason why people are such in a uproar about the prayer that I prayed that is in the Bible
This
in
chick is
Psalm
crazy.
109 is because it exposed the demon spirits that are inside of their body that have been there for a while and are comfortable. And those demons are like, how dare you expose us and let them know that I'm in here? How dare you, right? Now, if we go to what I actually said, right? And this is common sense. I was very specific. I said, if you are lying, if you are committing mockery, if you are spreading slander, and if you are falsely accusing Danae Jackson and Derrick Jackson, this shall happen.
You hear children right behind her while she's saying, excuse me, this venom, don't you? Those are children right behind her. That's not a joke and that's not funny. Those are kids right behind her while she's doing this. She's sitting here spewing absolute venom and hatred, and you can hear children right behind her.
In the Bible, in Psalm 109, is because it exposed the demon spirits that are inside of their body that have been there for a while and are comfortable. And those demons are like, how dare you expose us and let them know that I'm in here? How dare you, right? Now, if you go to what I actually said, right? And this is common sense. I was very specific. I said, if you are lying, if you are committing mockery, if you are spreading slander, and if you are falsely accusing Danae Jackson and Derrick Jackson, this shall happen, right? So common sense says if I'm not lying, if I'm not spreading false accusations, if I'm not slandering them, and if I'm not mocking them, none of these prayers affect me because I'm not even doing none of that.
Her husband ain't
cheating.
cheating.
That so many people are upset means that you have been doing that and you are guilty because all I did was quote scripture and the Holy Spirit judged you and you felt condemned instead of convicted. Now the question you should be asking is, why is the Holy Spirit not allowing me to read the Word of God and so I can repent? This is
what you need to be asking is, it's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your husband is? That would be a better question to be asking. Folks, when people run around and act like God is their personal Voldemort, that God is their personal hitman, that is complete delusion. Now, of course, naturally this would beg the question, by the way, where is your venom in this for your husband? Shouldn't you be speaking on that? Shouldn't you be concerned about that? Aren't you? We're talking about liars. Well, he's Prince King and Messenger, Prince King and Court Jester. Hasn't your husband crossed your mind at some point here? Believe it or not, he has.
The Word of God is active when you speak it out of your mouth, right? Which is the sword of the Spirit. We know this is true because if you go to Hebrews chapter 4, verse 12, it says that Word of God is active and living. If something is active and living, then that means as you see me as an active and living person, so is the Holy Spirit, so is the Word of God, as is written in these pages. And when you speak the Word of God, it is an active and living person. The Holy Spirit comes.
That nigga wanted to hit the draw so bad.
You're quoting, he comes and
she hid this holy roller shit till afterwards.
He comes to be your shield and mighty buckler. He comes to avenge you. He comes to judge those who are lying.
That ain't no holy roller.
And
this one is though.
Go to the Old Testament.
This girl is crazy. Hell yeah, she's crazy.
Is it sound for you to say, yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil? That is also in the song, but you say it all the time. So it doesn't
that's
make
just
sense
dumb.
That
Still
the Lord would not want you
that's
to say
stupid.
prayers for people who are lying on you with lying tongues. And we went through what the Bible says about lying. So by that, we know that it's okay to pray what's in the Bible in the Psalms. So why would you have a weapon and not use it that God gave you? The Word of God is
okay. Now she says it is okay to pray on someone what is in the Psalms. So when she references that, I want you to understand what she means when she references that. When she says that, I want you to understand what she means. I want to point it out for real so that you understand. She's saying this for a reason.
Not in good faith.
And she says this is the kind of thing you should pray upon them. Well, who are the them that you should be praying upon? Glad you asked.
She said,
who's the them you should be praying upon?
Now, most people are in an uproar about the Word of God because they have not read their Bible and they are used to practicing powerless Christianity because they don't open their mouths and actually read the scriptures, right? So when you go to the book of Psalms, there's a prayer thing that you will experience in your life. If your husband is cheating on you or your wife is cheating on you, you want to go to Psalm 55 and read that, right?
Well, now of everything that's been said to this point by anybody you could name, by the way, did they actually go to her Instagram and listen to what she said so you can hear that part, which is, by the way, if something like this occurs, you should go to Psalm 55. I want to play this again so you can hear this one time. And by the way, shout out here to my man Jerome M. You're right. We got some Derrick Jackson lovers apparently and whatnot. So Larry's Anything Goes LLC with my man Jerome M. You're absolutely right about that. Now listen to what she's saying there because I think that carries a lot of weight because I said, by the way, what about your husband? You got anything to say about cheating and adultery and lying? Well, actually, she does.
They are used to practicing powerless Christianity because they don't open their mouths and actually read the scriptures, right? So when you go to the book of Psalms, there's a prayer for everything that you will experience in your life. If your husband is cheating on you or your wife is cheating on you, you want to go to Psalm 55 and read.
Okay. Well, you know what, Miss Jackson? I think I'll take you up on that offer. I think I'll take you up on that offer. I think I would like to go ahead and see if we can take a look into that for ourselves. I wonder what's in them. I wonder what is in Psalms 55 in the first place there. So she's saying that's the place that we're supposed to go. It is a psalm and a prayer for everything that you can encounter and everything you can run into. You know what? All right, I'll go along with that. I'll go along with that. If she says that's the way we can go about that, you know what? I'll go ahead and go along with that. But I'm wondering here what exactly that says. Because she's really, really good about that. And really, really good about telling people what they're supposed to be doing there. And I just can't believe that you're living in the house with such a degenerate. That's not bothering you. So here's what Psalm 55 of the New King James Version says. I want to read it to you all and get my vocalizer out of the way. Give ear to my prayer, O God, and do not hide yourself from my supplication. Attend to me and hear me. I am restless in my complaint and moan noisily because of the voice of the enemy, because of the oppression of the wicked, for they bring down trouble upon me. It goes on for a while here, as you can see. Oh, that I had wings like a dove, I could fly away and rest. You can see this goes on for a while. Verse 1 through 10 through 15 through 19. And I was like, okay, I don't see anything here that specifically seems to deal with what you're talking about. And then I got to verse 20. And once I got to verse 20, I said, well, that's a whole different thing there. Now, isn't it? That's a whole different thing. Jason, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that's different? Well, this is what verse 20 says. Psalms 55. It's talking about your enemies, people who were your friends. And it says, he has put forth his hand against those who were at peace with him. He has broken his covenant. The words of his mouth were smoother than butter, but war was in his heart. His words were softer than oil, yet they were drawn swords. His words, the words out of his mouth, were smoother than butter, but war was in his heart. You think she doesn't know what the hell she's married to? Now, let me remind you, she said if you have a lying, cheating husband, go to Psalm 55. Well, Miss Jackson, I took you up on that offer, and I went to Psalm 55 in the New King James Version of the Bible to see exactly what it was you were referring to. I didn't get it at first, and I'm pretty familiar with it. Then I said, you know what? Actually, I think I do get it. And this stupid, dumb bastard is sitting in the house with this. Sitting in the house with it. Now, one of the things I want you all to see here is when you go to verse 12 over here, in case you think I'm stretching here, verse 12 of Psalm 55, for it is not an enemy who reproaches me, because then I could bear it, nor is it one who hates me, who has exalted himself against me. About that for a few moments. It's not an enemy who reproaches me, because then I could bear it. Nor is it one who hates me, who has exalted himself against me, then I can hide from him. But it was you, a man my equal, my companion, and my acquaintance. Take a look at the words right there for yourselves. But it was you, a man my equal, my companion, and my acquaintance. My companion and my acquaintance. We took sweet counsel together and walked to the house of God in the throng. Let death seize them. Did you hear that next verse there? Let death seize them. Let them go down alive into hell, for wickedness is in their dwellings and among them. As for me, I will call upon God, for the Lord shall save me. Evening and morning and at noon I will pray and cry aloud, and he shall hear my voice. He has redeemed my soul in peace from the battle that was against me. But there were many against me. God will hear and afflict them. Even he who abides from old, Selah. Because they do not change, therefore they do not fear God. He has put his hands against those who are at peace with him. He has broken his covenant. The words of his mouth were smoother than butter, but war was in his heart. His words were softer than oil, yet they were drawn swords. Cast your burden on the Lord, and he shall sustain you. He shall never permit the righteous to be moved, but you, O God, shall bring them down to the pit of destruction. Bloodthirsty and deceitful men shall not live out half their days. But I will trust in you. These are the words of Derrick Jackson's current wife. Not a year ago, a week ago. These are her words and her sentiments right here in the here and now towards the man standing, sitting, paying for the roof over her head. This is how she truly feels. You've heard it for yourselves. If you have somebody who has committed adultery against you, Derrick is not just committed adultery, he has committed a double life, triple life, quintuple life. And she's letting you all know that, by the way, in case you thought it didn't bother me, this is how I truly feel about him. You know why? Because most likely he's still doing it. Is there anybody who thinks he stopped? Most likely he's still doing it. He doesn't have any other skills in life. He doesn't have anything else in this world he can do except lift weights and deceive, run through single arms around the world. That's all he's been able to do. The bottom line is that Derrick Jackson is the best she can do for a religious zealot and fanatic who the reality is too brutal for her, so she's receiving to her fantasy world. This is what she's come up with. So I just wanted you all to hear this here, what's going on in this regard. That This is what you have to deal with if you're in this house. If you are in Derrick Jackson's household, this is what you got to live with on a daily basis. This is what it is. All day, every day, 7 days a week. Can you imagine some of the arguments and fights they've had?
No, you got smoke.
Like, damn, these Sauron from Lord of the Rings.
I just gotta.
Bringing curses and mysticism and everything else. Can you imagine it? Can you imagine him being in bed with her? She's like, the Lord God told me not to let you touch me. The Lord God told me not to let you touch me. Think about that. Think about that. It's very clearly still bothering her. Not just a little bit. It is ripping away at what little sanity and soul she would have left. It is really bothering her. And you can see on her face, she looks like Lord Johnson. She's, I mean, that is pure passion and conviction. When they're squinting the eyes at you like that, that's passion and conviction. This is 100% belief. This is 100% belief. This is a zealot. These are the eyes of the zealot of the fanatic. And you know what's really bothering her? What's really bothering her is she knows that all the hood rats and hoes out there, they don't care. That's what really bothers her. It would be different if she could just suffer with this with him on her own, but she can't. She knows that all of these scummy females on the internet will be knocking themselves over to get to him. Knowing everything he is, knowing everything he's done, there is no shortage of females out there willing to tolerate this. There's no shortage out there. And if she gets up and leaves tomorrow, there will be a battalion of them ready to walk in and take her place, knowing everything he is. That's the part that's really killing her, is that she's put in all this time to suffer this. There's a never-ending stream of females who walk right in and give him companionship, knowing all of this will let her and her kids go trot off into the sunset. They will come walking in and tolerate this right off the bat. That's what kills her.
Even knowing who he is, they are still
is that the man that she's with will technically serve and suffer no consequences. In the chat room, Daryl, that's actually not true, because for men whose money is straight, we don't sit up here and have our business in the streets like that. But when you're dealing with a degenerate who doesn't know how to handle power, basically you're dealing with this immature, infantile type individual. He's never inherited manhood, and he's certainly inherited duplicity and deceit. So he's treating the world like a little kid. He's not handling it like a mature man in a masculine, masterful position. And furthermore, he can't. At this stage in his life, it's too late for him. So everything he does will be on Front Street, and his entire family is made a laughing stock of. Because he is so over the top reckless, because in his eyes, it's not power if you can't be over the top reckless. So he's going to demand to keep ramping it up. You know why? Because, no offense, Miss Jackson, sorry, Miss Jackson, but he's dealing with what is to him a plain female. Remember what I told you all before, when they were both in high school and he didn't have a frame of reference, he didn't know how fly of a chick he could really get. He was willing to tolerate this. Because, well, I mean, she ain't laying up with the block, although we all know what they say about religious chicks. So, but at the time, he felt like that was the best he could do. Then he came out into the real world and found out how much better he could actually do. And he was like, I'll be damned. He had buyer's remorse. And he's still suffering with it to this day. Derrick Jackson has buyer's remorse. He grabbed a little religious chick and left the casino. Found out years later that he had way more chips than he thought he did to deal with. Found out way later he had way more chips Now he's like, I'll be damned. Whoa, hold on a second here. You mean to tell me I could have got a Lambo and I got this Ford Fiesta? Whoa, I got to get back in this casino. Let me in. Oh no. Let me in. Sir, you have a wife and kids, man. Damn the wife and kids. Open this damn door. I ain't leaving till you open. Open. This degenerate scumbag has been out there lying anywhere and everywhere he can be. I would say that he is a man without scruples, but he is a man who is without manhood. This degenerate, as you can see, this is the kind of woman that you have to have and have to be with in order to put on this facade, and even she can't do it. It is ripping away at her psyche. Y'all saw how many videos I went through. Did you all see how many videos I went through? It was day after day after day after day after day. This is something she's been sitting and sleeping with. She's supposed to be able to walk out in public and hold her head high, and she's letting you all know, no, it's not like that. It's not like that at all. It's not like that at all. And she says, I'll release the plagues of Egypt on you. This is a woman who's got too much damn time on her hands. Way too much. However, that could just be me. So I'm going to bring a couple of guests on with me here so we can go ahead and discuss this because it could just be me. I've got my longtime fave Amber on here, and I've got a new alumni, Birdie. Well, ladies, you've heard what I've had to say. You've heard straight from the horse's mouth about what's going on here. You know the man. You know his get down. You know how he does. I want to start with Birdie. Birdie, is Danae Jackson having a reasonable, well-balanced response to this environment, or is she cracking and breaking before our eyes? Or was she already cracked and broken, and now she's got another video?
Oh, she's broken. She is definitely broken. And I mean, like, you said Ford Fiesta. Oh my God, the Ford Fiesta. And the sad thing is that her deflection of, oh, yes, you guys, that's the problem. Her misdirected anger or angst or whatever she's dealing with, it ain't us. It's him.
She kept saying people who are lying, anyone who's lying. She never once said what the lie was. Now, I would think if you're going to go through all these videos, you would at least state, okay, what is your grievance? What is the lie that's being told? And since you never said what the lie is, then obviously it's not an issue of people lying on you. Well, they're mocking you. Are they mocking you or are they mocking him? But if your self-worth and value is wrapped up in that, that'd be different, because when all this broke years ago, we suspected some things about her, but really the bulk of the conversation was sympathetic towards her. So what I'm saying is, for you to be 10 toes down like this, not because anybody said anything about you, you're trying to say, hey, all my chips are in with this man. So if you're mocking him, you're mocking me. Now, first of all, telling the truth about him being a lying hypocrite, that's not mocking. Because this is cutting into y'all's little hustle money, that doesn't make it mocking or dishonorable. However, I could be wrong. Amber, you are happily married, just turned 30. So I don't know. You might have a Derrick Jackson in your home. I don't know. I'm not going to make assumptions. However, as a married woman, if you woke up one day and your man made you famous, I don't know. What do you think? Do you think that this is new? Or do you think that she was already cracked and broken? Or is she finally cracking and breaking under the strain?
So first and foremost, I think that for her, I think she was probably already broken. But I definitely have to add and say, like, I think that when you are invested in a marriage and you give your all to a person and you have been dedicated to a person, there are things that with time can break you, right? Like if something is reoccurring and reoccurring. However, for her to use the Bible against other people, to use the Bible as in a negative connotation against others or against people that are pushing back on what he's done or how he's acted. I think that speaks to how she feels about herself, her insecurities that she's deflecting on everybody else, right? But I think that in marriage and being in marriage and being married for a very long time and being, in a sense betrayed and being in a sense disrespected in a public and behind public right view because we're only aware of what is being presented in the media. But who knows what else is happening behind closed doors in this family, right? And so I think that she is using this media, society, social media to be able to project her voice in a place where she's never had a voice before, right? And so I think this is what we're seeing is like a hurt woman who has probably invested a lot in her marriage, invested a lot of time in this man, invested time in raising children, and like you said, having a lot of time to be able to sit on social media and dedicate these hours to these sermons and these moments of hate, right? And anybody that knows God knows that God is love, that He is here to restore, that He's here to protect. And so just to hear her negative conversations on the Word of God is definitely hurtful. But what comes to mind is a hurt woman and a woman who feels defeated in a sense of publicly and also privately, right? And she's just being able to put this out in a view where people can hear and give her, a clap to her or give her more to feed off. But I think that's what she's using her platform for.
I want to give you all my perspective on this. When you're dealing with a man who is a phony, and he's always known that he's a phony, here's what you need to know about men who are phonies. They are painfully aware of being found. They always know that there's a real thing out there. And they always know that they're vulnerable to that real thing if they have the misfortune of coming into contact with it. So they're always in fear of coming into contact with the real thing. When you live your life as a phony and a fraud, that's what you're always afraid of. You're constantly in fear that that's going to show up. So you see, you might project this image to the world, but you know that's not who you really are. You know that's not what you really are. So when it is time for you to leave the casino, you grab what you can get and you leave. It's only later when you feel like you can safely dabble, and all of a sudden you start saying, well, let me see what else I can go throw some fingers on and see if I can try something a little bit different. And that's when you take a look at the caliber of female that he chose to go cheat up with, they all had a lot in common. These were not church gals. These were not Bible thumping church gals that he chose to go lay up with one after another, after another, after another. But you see, he didn't really feel, and he doesn't feel, that he actually has the ability to approach a respectable, decent woman. He doesn't feel he can do that. He feels he's outclassed, outgunned, because that's not who he really is. He can only be fake to a certain extent. So he spends every day terrified. He can't really relate to those women. He can't really offer anything because he's a phony. So what he needs is a female who is dependent. What he needs is a female who isn't really combative in that way. And for him, you've had her so long, she's like, well, what are my options really? I gotta say this to you. I gotta say it like it is. While she's handing out curses and lamentations, not prayers and lamentations. She's handing out curses and plagues and whatnot. Don't keep it all the way real. Leia, there were rumors that you wanted to get a divorce. You didn't do it. You know what? Quite frankly, yeah, you were smart enough to do that. No, I can't say I would endorse that. No, ma'am. This was the last train leaving. Baby, he done did a number on you. They got what, 4 or 5 kids now?
Damn.
Got a house full of kids. You can hear her. She's sitting up at home. She literally is not required to do anything. She's not required to do anything except sit around the house, watch soap operas, eat bonbons, Diddy Bop. Play this old stale ass, square ass Christian pop.
You know they got 4 or 5 kids.
Music, not even music, was it karaoke music?
Yeah, last night.
That's what she's doing. So who else is gonna do this for her at this point? Like, who is the man who is gonna step in? And if this is the dream woman he wants to be with, like, you know what? I really wish I could come in and raise Derrick Jackson.
You missed it. It's a church routine done to the cha-cha song.
Every day and raise Derrick.
It was crazy as hell.
God help you, she wants to have more. Now you gotta raise his kids and
Stay out by the way, or your mama gonna take you outside.
So who's the fella who's gonna be favored up like that? And
Get
then
off
he's
me.
sitting around waiting and eager and chomping at the bit to come step into this. That's why I'm saying, yeah, baby, you ain't just married to Derrick, you married to the game. You're married to the game. For one reason. You knew what the hell he was when you married him. Derrick Jackson didn't just become this in the last 3 or 4 years. He's been a lying, sociopathic degenerate since we all met him. You knew what the hell he was. Probably in high school, he was buying his ass off there. And you thought it was cute. You thought that was cute. Oh, look how he's bamboozled all these people. He's exercising power over all of them.
Get your bed. Sit down. Over here just harassing me.
Found out is
Get your
that
bed.
while you're reading the book of Psalms and attempting to project its meaning onto the
Get your bed a
general
little bit.
it looks from my standpoint that the book of Psalms and the curses thereof have been executed, Mr. Jackson. I don't know. Jason, why don't you go check that out?
Just for a minute. Give me a minute.
For it is not an enemy who reproaches me, that I can bear it, nor is it one who hates me, who has exalted himself against me, that I can hide from her. But it was you, a woman my equal, my companion, my acquaintance. As for me, I will call upon God, and the Lord shall save me. He has redeemed my soul in peace, or peace is. She has put forth her hands against those who were at peace with us. She's broken her covenant. The words of her mouth were smoother than butter. The war was in her heart. Her words were softer than oil, yet they were drawn
He's
swords.
changing it up.
She isn't even getting with the
He read it right the first time.
subtleties.
He changed up the
Sounds like all of
his
those
to her.
things that you were saying should be happening to other people. But you, O God, shall bring them down into the pit of destruction. Bloodthirsty and deceitful men shall not live out half their days. She didn't make it through half her life before she was caught up with this. And from where I stand, casting people into the pit of hell, it sounds like she's in her own personal hell now. She didn't have to wait for the next world. She's already in hers and has a long life ahead of her, where she's basically under house arrest, confined in her home, because you enabled this. If you had spent the last decade fighting this, maybe you'd be in a different place. You enabled this. So while you're focusing on the book of Psalms and plagues and whatnot, you couldn't help but take a look at your life, because it's you who's suffering all these ills while you're still trying to run interference. But you know where she stands about this. Don't kneel down anybody about that, but she knows where she stands about this. Let's just keep it real, baby. Who's gonna line up here to come take care of all that? Who's gonna be jumping in the chomping bit to go ahead and swing in like Captain Caveman and come save you from all of this? Who wants to come and fix Derrick Jackson's mess? And this will be your reward. When you get done with that, if you can ever get done with it, when you get to the end of that, this is your reward, because Now you gonna be sitting next to her. Could you imagine if she does divorce that man? What is she gonna do to the next one?
Why did you let that fit?
How is she gonna treat
Because
the
how he
next
flashed
one?
big up there, that's not a good look. And she going off.
She was a clean slate with Derrick. Can you all imagine if she did have to move on to another man? Can you imagine the baggage that she is gonna come home to the next one? We see what she's like over here. Can you imagine what that's gonna be like? If she could go to another dude, regardless of the
Bible verse.
Imagine what she's
And
like.
she quoting him like she casting spells and shit.
Yes.
Can you imagine some of the things she's doing?
The
I don't
tongue
think that she'll be
is
that
powerful.
honest. Honestly, she can find
And how
somebody.
you portray and say
Yeah,
shit is very powerful.
her church right
She
now is
probably
in
gonna
her.
manifest some shit.
And I'm
Even
pretty
have.
sure that with that whole situation, if you go into the Bible, they're uneven. We know that. We can see that. But understanding that when she filed for a divorce before, she was asking for that whole lump sum and child support and alimony because she depends on this. But let's believe she's not going to deal with like this. She's going to stay in her Bible. She's going to stay in whatever church that she can find a man in. Because women like that go into deeper into God and the church. She's going to find, she might even have a ministry. She might even end up having a whole ministry.
But no man.
So that's, she's going to stay fanatical, especially if she feels like she's
She
right.
won't have a man. No.
She's going to find somebody else. And Derrick Jackson is going to be put in the middle. But she's going to have a whole different part. The way that women like her deal with these things, she's going to go deeper into the ministry. She's going to find her own thing. She's going to have another husband. She's going to be somebody's deacon's wife. That's her. Him, he's for the streets. He's for the streets. And
You can't be a deacon's wife dragging around 3 kids from a guy like Derrick Jackson. You can do it if you're a clean slate, you don't have any kids. But you can't come to him after the message.
She's just talking shit.
I mean,
she's
she's
talking.
don't necessarily can't do that. Because here's the problem.
If you hear me say she can't get another, she gonna get
Where
another.
you're at.
Cause she ain't gonna
She
want
doesn't want to
another.
go to work. She just wants to sit there and run her nose the Bible all day. You're going to have to find a fellow who
If she
can
gets
foot
deeper
that
into
kind of
her
thing.
Bible, her
You're going to have to find a
Bible,
fellow who can finance that. Because she's not going to want, ultimately, she's not going to want to take a step down. The other
you
problem
get the
here is
anger in that voice.
a Derrick Jackson on
It's
some
not
type
that
of
she's gonna
child
get
support.
deeper
That's
into her religion.
the reason
Like
for
you
that
said,
is
she
Derrick
gonna
Jackson doesn't
use
have
it
to
as her
child.
weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Derrick Jackson has the ability to hide his income. So it's not going to be nearly as easy to do that kind of thing as a person like him.
She can't
It would
get
take
that.
resources to go after him that far. So he could really, I mean, take a look at how skullduggerous he is. You think for a second he's not going to say, you know what, damn them kids.
Mhm.
Does anybody, by a show of hands in the chat room,
He
if
probably
you
already
believe
said
that Derrick
that.
Jackson, if push comes to shove, his back is against the wall and he was getting slobber knocked by child support, do you think that he would hide his income and say, you know what, I done did enough damn kids? Give me a thumbs up in the chat room. If you believe he would never do that, give me the prohibited symbol, the circle with the line through it, the red circle with the line through it. If you believe he would say, the Derrick Jackson would say, you know what, and damn them kids, let me go find me another chick over here. We're gonna make it do what it do. If you believe he would do that, give me a thumbs up in the chat room. If you believe Jason, he would never do that, he's gonna stay a good Christian missionary like he is right now, give me the prohibited symbol.
he don't talk about God. None of his stuff, he never talks about God. Ever. It's her that's out in all of the God stuff. Like she's standing behind God and using her ministry as the shield. But his bread and butter are women. So if he talks about his wife, it doesn't, like right now, he still got his audience. But if he ever doesn't take care of his kids or his ex-wife, he's gonna lose everything. Men like that think they're God. He has a God complex. And so she's going into this, when she's in this, she feels she had this whole God thing. And that's why she ain't in the church talking. She in her shower, she's in her living room with her Bible.
I think there is a lesson and a cautionary tale. And I think the lesson in the cautionary tale is, ladies, when you are in your early 20s and you've got all these options available, it is critical, crucial, and key that you bet on the right horse. If you are a shallow, superficial woman who is prone to narcissism and conceit, your little closet narcissist, just understand you are not invincible or invulnerable. You are especially vulnerable to another slick talking narcissist. You're especially vulnerable. You know why? Because there are narcissists who try to get you to worship them by putting your attention on them. And then there are narcissists who get you to worship them by flattering you. The best way to get you to worship them is if they flatter you. Not that they're trying to convince you to flatter them. Lo and behold, she's just been sitting there the whole time. So she's taking care of his genetic legacy, and he's taking full advantage of it. Now she's famous for all the wrong reasons. And we were sympathetic here a couple of years ago. We were sympathetic at the time. But it's a new day. And everybody knows, by the way, that I mentioned this before. That I was like, by the way, I believe she's a certain type of woman. I said this years ago. Now that she's actually getting out here and proving it, this is really just confirming what I said years ago. For those of you who remember me talking about them before, this just confirms what I said then. I didn't go too deep into it because I'm like, but I suspect it. I can tell all the signs are there, but we'll wait. It eventually comes out. Well, we waited, and it eventually came out, and here it is. So if you want to know who it is and what it is, you can do that. There it goes. But I want to bring this a little bit closer to home. Because you know what? There are Derrick Jacksons out there. There are a whole bunch of Derrick Jacksons and a whole bunch of Janaea Jacksons out there. There are other dudes out there. You got guys like Derrick that this is what they do. They don't break abroad, they destroy them. Public humiliation shows that you have no respect for this woman. This goes beyond what you think of yourself. You have no respect and no regard for this woman. None. Anybody can say anything they want to about Will Smith. Will Smith trying to keep his tiptoeing light. Jada is sitting at the damn Will Smith Park where her dudes with people with the pictures on Instagram. You have no respect for this man. You have no respect for this man, and you have no respect for this woman. This is your wife, this is the mother of your children. If you don't have side chicks, you're supposed to keep that on the low. He's got the money and the finances and the ability to do so. Problem, he doesn't really want to be with you. That's why it's not enough. It isn't enough for him to just step out with somebody else. He really wants to be booed up with them. That's what he really wants to do. He really wants to be booed up with them, but he's got this anchor called a marriage certificate around his ankle. And he's showing he actually doesn't like that. So rather than show, you know what, at the base level, let me show this. By the way, I'm going to say one more thing here. What the hell is there to respect? You have a woman who will literally sit up here and say, you know what, I pray that God strikes you dead and your children. That's literally what she said. I pray that God strikes you dead and leaves your woman widows, leaves your children fathers. You think she hasn't pulled that one out on him? I hope God strikes you dead. Don't worry, God will take care of me and the children. He'll take care of me and the children. But as for you, Mr. Smooth Words, I hope God strikes you dead. I'm peeking through the book right here. There's sentence right about you. There it is, right there. I want you to think about that for a few minutes. If he raised one objection about her behavior, imagine what she was saying in response to her. Go ahead, Amber.
So, like, another thing that I'm thinking is, like, if she's so, like, into the Bible and so into, like, all of this, right? Like, there's also parts of the Bible that says, like, be slow to speak, right? Like, be very careful about what you say, about what you put out there, what you project, right? And so, like, this is also where I'm kind of, like, confused, right? Because I think this is where people, like, take the want and leave what they want out, right? And this is like also where it becomes dangerous because if you're telling people to look from the beginning of the Bible all the way to the end of the Bible and to look in within themselves and do things themselves, you should also be doing that yourself, right? And so if publicly, like this man has already embarrassed you in public, right? With what he's doing, what he's choosing to do with his life and all of that while he's married to you. Why do you have to be why do you have to go low and go online and speak down on people and speak down on their beliefs or what they do or how they do it? At the end of the day, this man is allowing you. He's your partner. And he's allowing these women to do what they do with him, right? So at the end of the day, like it feels like she's just getting high and it's coming right back on her, right? And so it's really important that like if you're hurt, take a step back and like go figure out what you need. Go figure out what you need to do to heal, right? Do you want to be with this person? Do you need to be with this person, right? Because it's a difference. Some people stay with somebody because they want it, because this person is good for them, because this person motivates them, because this person brings the best out of them. But if you're with somebody for need, then your need is you're not necessarily happy, right? Like you're with this person because of the need of having the house that you guys own, the cars that you guys drive, the kids that you guys have, and knowing that that will probably be there if y'all are together. But if y'all are not together, it's probably going to be the house, right? And this whole sense of like the church or like a man in a church providing for you, like don't get it twisted. Just because you go to church or because I'm a man and I go to church or I'm a woman and I go to church, it doesn't necessarily mean that I'm gonna take on the responsibility of raising somebody else's 5 kids and using my money to provide for these kids because the father is not able to do that, right? Like yes, I think that the most that she would get if she was not with him is maybe a good night, a good few men that would want to give her a good time at night. But as in like raising her family and providing for her and giving her financial stability, absolutely not. I don't.
I'll tell you what she's eligible for. She's eligible for precisely the type of ultra beta simp male that she would never be interested in. Let's be very clear. Let's be clear. She's tolerated all this because Derrick presents as an alpha. Can't take that away from him. He presents as an alpha. That's why he's always running around putting up pictures of him without his shirt on and stuff. He presents as an alpha. So she emotionally, she's gotten used to having a man that other people look up to. I'm saying for females, that's like a drug for y'all. You never want to have a step down. Your man is the only thing that gives you status. Your job, your money, your income, that doesn't give you status. The quality of the man you're with or the perceived quality of the man you are with, that's what gives you status. So if she loses him, she's gonna end up with one of his flunkies. And I'm not talking about a flunky on his level. I'm talking about one of these internet betas who's sitting around, yeah, Lord, that Derrick in the truth. He's been telling me about the deal. And that's what she would end up with. Here's the problem. Just because a man is willing to kiss your ass doesn't mean he's willing to finance it. Furthermore, it doesn't mean he's able to finance it. Now, Derrick is a grade A con man and a liar of the first order. So you see, liars like him have no scruples about lying to people and getting out of their money. They try to grab as much as they can because he never knows when the train is going to end. So he's going to grab as much as he can, as fast as he can, as large as he can. The betas, they don't do that. They don't have the ambition or the drive to do that. You have to understand, it takes thick skin to become an affluent man. Let me say it again. It takes thick skin to be an affluent man. Betas, you have to at least become a professional alpha. At least you have to be an alpha in your job, in your career. You have to present as an alpha at least in what you do to make a living. Betas don't do that. Betas hand in their entry-level application at the plant and hope they get hired. Betas don't sit up here and say, let me whack out 5 or 6 kids and put them in a double-level house in Buckhead. Betas don't do that. You got to, at least there has to be some point in your life that you are a complete alpha in. Derrick is an alpha of lying. He's also an alpha of pursuing quick bucks and dollars. He gives no thought about where it ends because as far as he's concerned, hey, live fast, die young, leave a good looking corpse if possible. And grab as much as you can, however you can. So it's a nice fantasy that there's some dude somewhere who quote unquote would take it. Truth be told, that's fantasy talk. You know how we know? Because if that fella existed, he would already be in her DMs.
But we don't know who's in her DMs. But women like that will get married again. These women, Jesus is her husband. And if she does ever get married again, it's gonna be to a deacon of the church. And she's gonna use that as her ministry. What she thought was that she brought into his ministry. And he's not a man of God. There's no way he could be a man of God. No, he doesn't mention the Bible, God, anything, if anything he's ever posted. He is in his car while she's in the house with her Bible.
Your baby daddy is texting you. You might want to.
I also just want to add that I feel like also like women have this perception that like you can get a man and you can change them. Like you think like this guy already was who he was when you met him, right? And when you marry somebody, it doesn't mean that you're gonna change them. It doesn't mean that you're gonna change their perspective, their mentality, like what they think, how they move, how what they see, like you know, what they do with to the options and opportunities around them. And I think that's a big misconception as women. Sometimes we think like, oh, we need a man, we can do this right, or we can have sex with them in a certain way, or do things that they want, or whatever, and that's gonna change them. That doesn't change a man, right? Like he'll comply to whatever he needs to comply to for a couple minutes, the sex will last. But besides that, men are not they're not gonna change for women. And I think that's the perspective that women need to have. And no, like men are not changing for us, right? We tend to change many times for them to fit what it looks like to be with them. Many times I've noticed, and I can say that with like me in a certain sense when I was dating. But I think like for the most purposes, men are not changing who they want, what they are. So that's not happening.
Well, here's the other thing: is you have to consider what kind of man is going to jump up and be chomping at the bit to do this. If he wants sex, you know full well she's going to be stonewalling. So she's not going to be freaking weak. So this is going to have to be a guy who really. I mean, how many fellas out there are sexually attracted to a religious zealot? Think about that for a few moments. How many men out there that this right here that you see, hair and all, this is what they're looking for? He's like, man, look here, I can't wait till the 5 in the morning, come home at 5 in the evening to produce here. There she is greeting you at the front door with her Bible like a billy club. And you have to ask yourself, who is the man who's sitting there at home and he's saying, this is what I'm looking for? So that's what I'm saying. Her DMs are open. If that guy wanted to slip and slide into him, he would have done that by now. And she would have taken him up on his offer.
I think she rebuked him already. Whoever is inside of her DMs, she rebuked him. But yeah, I mean, I
did, she's a fool.
Huh? I'm sorry.
If she did, she's a fool.
I mean, like I said, this woman is going to hide behind her Bible. Period. She's going to stay there because she's hurt, and I'm pretty sure sex ain't even in that home. Like he's in his car, these women that he's dealing with, and he doesn't have to provide for them. He don't have to provide for them. And those women want to be seen. That's why they keep coming forward. So it's like, okay, well, if I leave my wife, then what? He ain't gonna leave her. He's just gonna be in the streets, whether or not she stays with him or not.
Amber, how would you handle that?
I don't know. I just think that when you're hurt, you say things that you don't necessarily like. I don't know if she doesn't mean them at this point because also like she's going on a rampage, right? So it's different. Like I think right now where she's at, her ability to even see clearly because she's so hurt is like completely clouded, right? I think she's in a sense of hurtness, and instead of just being like, I'm hurt, let me get myself together, let me see what I need, let me see what needs to happen. I'm gonna continue to hurt others, and I'm gonna use the Bible, to hurt others. And I think that's even worse. It's like you're not even using your own words, your own conversation, your own things. You're using the Bible against other people and against other ways, right? And I think that's another thing. Also, in the sense of like, yeah, like I agree. Like he has these women that he doesn't have to pay or do anything for, but maybe pay for the hotel if they sleep, right? Or the place they sleep in, right? But I think like we have to be real about the fact that she's hurt, and right now she is clouded. But unfortunately, she is putting a bad image of herself in society, in the world, to other women. Like, I would not want, teenage girls, that are on Instagram right now, or the newer generation to be looking at this woman as an ideal of what it should be for a woman when you're a right? Like, so it's hard because her ability to see what's really happening is really skewed because of her.
When the more valuable a man is, the more options he has. The more options he has, 9 times out of 10, there's going to be a period in his life where from time to time he might go ahead and follow through on that. That comes with the game. That comes with the game. Look, if you want an average run-of-the-mill Poindexter, go and get him. But just understand, he's not sticking to just you because that's what he wants to do. He's sticking to you because those are the extent of his options. And he knows it. In the words of Chris Rock, a man is only as faithful as his options. So I mean, it's like, hey, if you're the best he can do and you're the only one he can do, okay, he'll be happy with that. But if you got a man who's got options, which means that as you're a female, you're looking for a fellow who's got options. Let's be very clear. As a woman, you're looking for a guy who got options. You're not looking for the fellow who doesn't. You really are looking for the guy who's got options. Well, he might go out and flex it. He might. But there's rules to this damn thing, is what I'm trying to say. As grown men, there are rules to this damn thing. We can't sit here and just move any old kind of way. That's not the way that works. There's rules to this. You don't sit up here and embarrass her publicly. You don't do that. This woman's carrying your legacy. You're not embarrassing her, you're embarrassing the legacy. Because when the kids get older, who you Derrick Jackson kids? I know your daddy. My mama used to lay up with him back in the day. She said he was no good. Okay, think about that for a few moments. It's yours you're tarnishing. It isn't just her. That's yours. So that's why there's of men who have means and resources, you're supposed to have picked up a certain set of skills that come along with that. How is it you're highly disciplined and discreet at your job or in your business or vocation? You get home and all of a sudden you're a gossiping granny and your business is in the streets. If you're competitive in the marketplace, for example, how can you be competitive in the marketplace? Because you got things or you know things that your competitors don't know. Being able to restrict information is a necessity of being successful in the marketplace. It's a necessity. So how is it you have that discipline at your job and it hasn't rubbed off on your house? That is highly inconsistent. So you see, a woman cannot have faith in a man who doesn't have consistency that way. How you do one thing is how you do all things, or at least it should be. But it isn't. So what I'm saying is when you're a con artist, that's what happens. Now you end up in this situation where this is the way you're doing it. And it looks bad, and it just looks bad, it reflects badly. You took something that, for the most part, could have done your TV Jakes thing here, and now you're sitting up here on the redemption tour. The image has been completely tarnished. It's only the dead enders who are going to stick with you at this point. Your wife is sitting on Instagram, wilding the hell out. She's telling everybody, by the way, the Bible is a book of curses. And she didn't just make one video that you're talking about. She's made a series, season 2 coming soon. And that's what happens. So I say all this to say, ladies, there are a lot of you out there right now, and you are being driven crazy. If you ain't crazy already, you are being driven crazy by a dude. Most of them usually broken, unaccomplished, undisciplined. I'm not going to say that the situation never would have occurred. What I am saying is that if you're with somebody who doesn't have the discipline to be able to control this, ladies, you better bet on the right horse. You got to bet on the right horse. Because right now, I meant what I said. I don't have any good news, Ms. Jackson. I don't have any good news for her at all. What you want me to say? What am I supposed to do here? Maybe there's no way out of this. You're married, y'all got kids, she's either in her 30s or going into it. What are you going to do at this point? A bunch of small kids? Who's the man who's going to step in and your life is not going to experience major upheavals? Don't get me wrong, a woman can tolerate if her life experiences major upheavals, but can we just keep something real? Y'all don't never get over that. It is bad enough if you lose the man, but what's worse is if you lose the lifestyle. Because that's what you got for you.
What lifestyle? She's in the house. She don't have a lifestyle. Ain't nobody seen what this woman looked like until she filed the first time. So she doesn't have a life inside of her four walls. You ain't never seen that woman leave her couch or her living room.
Yeah, but they don't have an average house and an average living room. So you're in a golden cage if nothing else. The real question is, are you going to have another man who can provide all of that? No questions asked. He's going to do it simply out of principle and keep you right where you are with all of your attitude and baggage and sophistry and narcissism all in place.
But I also want to add, like, I also think one thing that, like, I'm noticing too from just like her videos is that in general she's nagging and she's complaining and she's just talking and just going down and going in on people, right? And so like my fear too is like, okay, this is a hurt person, right? This is somebody who's hurt. But imagine this her as a naturally. Is that how she is naturally too? Because like I also wouldn't want to be a man who's married to this woman who's completely nagging all day, complaining all day, right? Like bringing up Bible all day long. Like I also wouldn't want that for myself. So like if this is also just a sneak peek into the household, I don't want that as a man. I don't want none of that. So you best believe that I'm gonna be in the street doing what he's been doing if I'm gonna have that also.
But they started out this way. They started out unevenly yoked. Period. Like if you're going through the Bible, like I don't think that I'm not advocating for her at all. I'm just saying from the perspective of what I see, they bought into this. This was an agreement because he had to be attached or grounded in some kind of innocence so that he can speak as some kind of a man. But at the beginning of this whole thing, this was an agreement. She thought this was some kind of a ministry that he was going into as an authority on women. No. Like
but then I call
the things did not add up. They both have two different messages. In the Bible, when they talk about unevenly yoked, it's like if a horse and a bull both are carrying the weight of something. Now, either two horses or two bulls got to carry the same weight. You can't have a chicken and a pig carrying the same kind of weight because it's going to fall heavy on somebody else. They were not even like opened up to anything together. Like if you look, they're living two different lives. Nobody even knew the man was married. All this time that he was in his car. So all of the stuff that he's been talking, and now all of a sudden she's coming out with, it's like what the heck? It is. I mean, I see exactly what Amber said. She using the Bible different in a dangerous way.
Yeah, as a curse.
I want to go to the phone lines here in a moment, but I just want to use this as a moment to underscore one more thing. Ladies, if you all want to have a very clear bird's eye view of why it is that in the 21st century, men are steering clear of so-called religious chicks. When you tell us about you, the man who loves God, we see Danae.
She's a serious holy roller.
Who believes in the word, we hear today. And we know that you're going to try to sit up here and use the Bible as your veto power. That, well, this is my trump card over whatever you have to say. We know that's eventually coming. So you want to know why it is that men today are just steering clear of females who profess their religiosity and their Christianity and they lead with that? It's because this is what it is. This is where it leads too often, is this kind of manipulative, misandrist tyranny. So just keep that in mind. If you want to know why it is that men respond so viscerally that way today, Take a look on your screen and what you heard at the beginning of the program. That's the reason why. Men are not fooled anymore. Men are not fooled anymore. Jig is up. You're not going to be able to fool anybody. Everybody's on the lookout for it. Everyone. However, that is just my view on things. You all certainly have yours, and you are invited to give it. Therefore, the telephone lines are now open. Number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Your personal access code to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to rage hate.
No,
This is definitely the time to go ahead and give us a call. I've also turned on Zoom. You can find the link to that in the top of the chat on YouTube. So definitely go ahead and do that as well. We're going to go ahead and see about taking a few phone calls here. So it's your opportunity to weigh in. The telephone number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Let's go ahead and grab a few phone calls here. Let me get called from area code 630. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Kristen Jane. Asked to call in from the chat.
Okay, what's your name again?
Just call me Jane.
Okay,
My hand's
Jane.
on YouTube.
Shut up.
And where are you calling
Jane. I'm in Naperville. Chicago.
from? Okay, you're in Chicago. And what's on your mind?
I fell asleep.
When I was in the chat, my comment was, I said that I couldn't believe that you thought that what she was doing on Instagram was worse than infidelity. And I said that I didn't understand. I couldn't believe that the man who expressed that women were scandalous for dating, single women were scandalous for dating two guys at one time, couldn't understand what she was going through. And I guess I'm empathetic because I've grown up with girls like this. I dodged a bullet from becoming one. And I've been friends with them. I've seen this play out in real life. And it destroys women. Like this type of infidelity literally destroys women. They never recover from it. And
okay, do you hear the venom and the viciousness that this woman is speaking with? Think about that as a motherly figure. She has children, small children. Do you think that this is the proper manner for a mother to present and comport herself literally in the presence of the children?
The Bible, like how she was reading, she's like casting spells at people. Don't use the Bible for no shit like that.
No, see, that's not fair. I don't think it's proper.
Okay, no. This is about accuracy. So fairness is an opinion. Accuracy is not an opinion.
The women coming out at 3. There might be more than 3 now. I don't know. He's still out there. He's just not a respectable motherfucker, you know.
And I fought her for standing with him.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I do not think
this is about her as an individual. So y'all gotta understand, we're dealing with the sisterhood.
Right.
The sisterhood doesn't care about children.
I fought her.
The sisterhood is a narcissistic organism. Ma'am, I let you speak when you got on the phone. I'm not going to argue you in the program.
That's true.
The sisterhood is a narcissistic organism that says defend the women no matter how much destruction and damage happens to women, men, children, or anything else. And the only thing you're talking about is her. You didn't say a word about the defenseless, helpless, vulnerable children.
Yeah, the legacy.
Now, that you didn't say a word about.
But he's
So
fucking
very
over his
clearly,
kids because they don't see all this when they get of age. They don't see this shit.
Never even crossed your mind, while that was the number one thing that we were all talking about. And I mentioned it in the program. We're all talking about, oh, she's a mother. You hear children behind her. What kind of mom does this? So separate and apart from different. What kind of woman under adversity, because adversity reveals what you really are. What kind of woman, now that she's revealed what she really is, what kind of woman is this?
But have probably been counseled, number one, that this is a good method to do. 2, They probably preach like that in their home.
Is this constructive? Is this constructive? Is this constructive or destructive behavior that she's exhibiting?
It's not my value system.
Okay, I asked you a question. Is this the way that you build a happy, constructive marriage?
No, it isn't.
Okay,
no, it isn't.
Thank you very much. So while you're sitting up here talking to Jen about she's trying to save her marriage, what part of saving her marriage includes telling her husband, "I wish you'd die"?
Okay, when she was telling her husband, when I said she's trying to save her marriage, I've seen this before. What she was doing was she is responding to women and who are coming after her husband. She's in a headspace right now where she doesn't believe that her husband is as bad as she is. She's in deep denial. Okay?
She's not in denial. And she wasn't talking about just women. She wasn't talking about, you can't be, ma'am, this isn't denial. This is just stubbornness. This is the horse she rode in on. She's not in denial about what he is. You can't be in denial. The hoes are calling you up and putting up YouTube videos. She sat up here and tried to file for divorce. That's not denial.
Right.
She sees what it is. This is called This is called condoning an adaptation, not denial.
That's because she's adapting.
But one of the reasons that she was saying that the people are lying,
get adapted to.
One of the reasons they say that the
and
people are lying, they selectively believe parts of things. And they say that the rest of it isn't true.
Okay, where's the lie? Where is the lie that's being told? Tell me what lies. Tell us the specific lies that she says are where's the lie?
I'll give you an example from my own life.
No. You're not Danae Jackson. What is the lie?
No, that is true.
What is the lie that people are telling on her? Because you claim there's a lie being told. Fine, tell us. What is the lie being told?
What I'm saying is she believes that part of what people are saying to her is not true. Because when she confronts him with something, he comes back and denies it, and she chooses to believe her husband.
Okay, but she's condemning the general public. She's condemning the general public. She's condemning the general public because they won't play along with the lies. What is the lie? She's saying that she is let's stop talking and wandering circles. She is sitting up here on Instagram handing out curses and condemning the general public for allegedly telling lies on her and on Derrick Jackson. What are the lies that people are telling about Derrick Jackson?
She thinks that people are lying about the things they're saying with regards to his infidelity. She thinks that these are things that people are making up. She thinks he is flipping or that he is being weak occasionally, but she thinks that people are exaggerating and lying because when she goes to him, I guarantee you, he's denying it. They've been doing this for a long time, like you said. He denies it. If she turns around, she thinks that she's saving her marriage because she's talking specifically to the women.
Okay, but here's the thing. You can't defend a woman for quote-unquote trying to save her marriage when you know that she is lying on other people. Nobody has said a lie to her. That's why she's not saying what the lies allegedly are. She's not saying it. Now she is not, slow down. She is not denying that this man is a serial adulterer. Not once did she do that.
No.
She literally sat there and said, if you have a husband or a wife who's cheating on you. So at no time in her quote-unquote saving of her marriage is she denying that she has got a cheater under her roof. So if there's a lie, she must be referring to a lie about something else. So again, if you're going to say she's trying to save her marriage, what is the lie that she's trying to fight against? in order to save her marriage?
The lie that she's trying to fight against is kind of generically the devil. This is how they are taught to combat
She sound
infidelity.
crazy, man.
They say that the devil will come
Probably a
against
whole
you
roll of
and,
shit.
and
She
against
said
your
her.
marriage and against your
She
family and
said, I'm
against
gonna
your
give you an
husband
example from
in
my
various
life.
Oh, yeah, that's
And then
right.
he said,
You
you're
as
not
a
her.
guy,
He
quote
said,
unquote,
yes, I
warrior,
am.
as a woman warrior, your job is to take all of the blows for your husband and to absorb that into you and to form a shield against the outside world, against your husband
Okay.
with God's
In
help.
the chat room, originally, what you said was, you think this is worse than infidelity. When Jason considers it scandalous to date two men at once as a single woman, but he is roasting a chick who is desperately trying to save her marriage. She is as bad as her husband because she is a collaborator. She is worse in some ways, in some avenues, although it's a foot race between these two dregs of humanity. But the bottom line is, as the mother who ain't doing nothing but sitting on her ass at home all day, her first concern should be for the well-being of the children. And I don't see, and neither do you. I don't see it, neither do you. There's not a bit of concern for those children in this equation. Not one iota of concern being demonstrated through the actions and behaviors. This woman is off on her own thing, talking about herself. She is spewing absolute venom. She's a head case, and she's a mother of several children. Now, that's something that we as the rest of the society are going to have to deal with when these kids are messed up, and now they're going to be out here moving and shaking and walking among our children or among us with this religious fanaticism and zealotry that she's done. And you're sitting up here saying that there's that this is not as harmful. Yes, it is. It sure as hell is.
I would like to ask you, how do you consider her a collaborator?
Because she knows what he is. And she's literally she is going to the extent of lying on the Bible. You know full well the Bible you've never seen any disciple, apostle tell you that if you hate your enemies, quote this part of the Bible. The only time they refer to the Bible are the passages that reinforce reconciliation, repentance, kindness. You've never heard them sit up here and use the Bible as a book of spells or a book of curses. You've never heard them say that. You can't point to anything in the Bible that corroborates what she's saying, that there was an Apostle Paul, Apostle Peter, and Elijah, and Ezekiel. You don't have anybody saying that use the Bible as your book of curses like Voldemort from Harry Potter.
That is actually, you are actually correct. But I have heard people do that.
But that's when you recognize they're lying. And the bottom line is that's what she is. She can't show you where the apostles and the prophets sit up here and corroborate what she's doing. She can't show that. That's why she has to refer to the Old Testament. For folks who don't know their Bibles, that's why she has to refer to the Old Testament. She's going to refer to the first time it was said, but you notice once you get to the New Testament, you don't see them sitting up here and corroborating what she's saying. You didn't see the prophets sit up here and say that. Nobody used the Old Testament as a book of spells.
Let me ask you a question. Don't you think that she might be being advised by somebody who's in her church who's actually preaching this way? I don't know the woman's name.
Okay, how does that alleviate her from the responsibility of what she's doing? She's probably getting a lot of advice from a number of people, yet she's settled on, if we need to take your argument into account, she's settled on this. Ultimately, when is she responsible for her actions? Let's find that out. When does it come to her that she's responsible for what she's doing?
That's a difficult one for me because because girls like this typically raised in this. They're absorbed in this from the time they are cloistered in this their whole lives. And this is viewed as a just womanhood. So I'm agreeing with things you say that it's awful to do this in front of your children. This isn't the Bible of my understanding. understand.
Okay, let me find out here. Let me find out here. Do you have children?
Backtracking.
Yes.
How many?
One.
Have you ever been married?
No, I've been partners for a long time, but I was never legally married.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. There you go. I thought it was like that. There you go. Yeah. I figured that's where all of this arguing and talking in irrational circles came from. I figured that's what it was. There you go.
What did you figure? I'm curious.
Because that if you want to know why she's talking like the sisterhood and I don't know the difference between right and wrong. Now she certainly knows it when a man does something to her. All of a sudden that's wrong. Well, all of a sudden when it comes to I don't know. Maybe somebody gave us some bad advice. All this deflection, complete and utter lack of accountability, just talking around. It's like, yeah, there it goes. There it goes.
I'm not giving her a lack of accountability.
Yes, you have.
That
who cares? Who cares if somebody gave her advice? What does that matter?
Who's going on top?
Yeah.
because she doesn't. Because if you don't know how to
Yeah, she be bucking in my eyes.
and you aren't
tell a lot
anticipating
about her
and
expressions with
people
her
are
face.
coming at you and it's a very public thing, you're going to go to your trusted advisor. And if you're religious, your trusted advisors are religious. Now,
The one on bottom black.
You need to see a therapist.
You choose your advisor. She's chosen her advisor.
So if she ain't half Greece, she Mexican or Spanish or Latino.
That nose look black though, babe.
So she a little bit of both.
But they're based on her religion.
Yeah,
they're based on her preferences.
What do you mean by that?
They're based on her preferences. People interpret the Bible in the manner in which is convenient for them. The Bible in most cases, doesn't give them their beliefs. The Bible reinforces what they already wish to believe. So therefore, if you're a white supremacist and you wish to believe that you have a moral standing for manifest destiny, enslaving Africans, penalizing your women and others, well, then you'll go through the Bible and cherry pick the parts that reinforce that. And if there's nothing that reinforces it, you will make a new interpretation that gives you the authority to do it. If you're a coward, you will go through the Bible and cherry pick the parts that reinforce your cowardice. If you're a warrior, you will go through the Bible and take the parts that enforce your aggressiveness. If you're a forgiving person, you go through the Bible and find the parts that do that.
She's looking for parts of the Bible that she feels are giving her weapons against the people who she feels has harmed her. Right?
She keeps
so you're saying you cherry pick the
same
Bible
shit different ways.
You want. What I'm saying is that
like
she
sees
herself in her head as fighting for her marriage. How are we saying different things?
Okay, here's the issue. The issue is you can say she thinks anything she wants to do. I'm going by your words in the chat room. I'm going by that.
Fighting for her marriage.
Yeah, because she was trying to give her an out.
She's cherry picking from the Bible, and she's using that to fight for her marriage. She's not. I do think she needs help. Okay, I think she needs outside forces outside of her
That's the problem.
to give her some guidance. But she's cherry picking from the Bible because she wants.
Okay, but the bottom line is you were told to call in because you were sitting up here defending what she was saying and claiming that somehow we're being too judgmental. No, we're dead on the money. We're dead on the head of what it should be. We are completely focused. What she's doing is indefensible. It's making you uncomfortable because you're a single mom. With all due respect, it makes you uncomfortable because you identify with this kind of imbalance because you're a single mom. So in your eyes, everything is sympathetic to the females, and we need to understand why they're doing the wrong thing. Now, for the men, ain't nothing sympathetic to them. They need to take responsibility. You're talking like this because you are a single mom. If you were not,
No,
maybe
I
you would see
think
it
that,
differently.
I think that, okay, that's fine. But I think that in this particular case, she grew up in a situation where she did everything right. Okay?
No, she didn't.
Right.
Thank
That's
you.
not
There
true.
you. Okay, thank you. No sooner than I give you an opportunity to start speaking again, then you go right, you turn right around, and before you got 5 seconds in, you proved what I said all over again. So I thank you. This call has been very helpful on my side.
I just said that. I just said that she did. You are correct. I was going to say she did everything right, and I turned around, and it's like, no, she did it. She didn't. She got pregnant before she got married. They got married, right? Which was against her religion. They got married, and
So that means she's suffering all. So that means she's suffering all of the evils and sins that she was talking about. It's just that she's suffering it now, so she shouldn't be complaining because she's actually suffering God's punishment as articulated by her herself.
That may be.
There you go. That may be. Well, that could be. I mean, that's one way of looking at it. Okay. Not that it is. Not that it is. Not that it is. But that might be.
How would you have me hold her accountable by calling her crazy?
No, by not coming into our chat rooms and comment section defending her when you know she's wrong. What she is doing now is showing why she is demonstrating and showing how she ended up with someone like him. She is as bad and as morally reprehensible as he is. His is external. Excuse me, ma'am. His is external and expressed. His is external and expressed in the outside world. Hers is internal and expressed under her roof. But they are both equally as reprehensible.
How do you think he was bad as Derrick? How?
I already explained that before. Derrick is an individual who is expressing his lasciviousness externally. She is expressing hers internally. Both of them are having a terrible effect on their own offspring. Now, it would be different if she were comporting herself as a bastion of virtue. That would be different if she were. She is just another aspect of the same type of off-balance wickedness that he is. Only she doesn't do skirt chasing. She does narcissistic authoritarianism. They're both twin birds they're both twin wings on the bird of narcissism and wickedness. Both of them. His is just expressed in the external world, and hers is expressed internally in their house. There's nothing, here's the bottom line. There is nothing constructive. That's not an opinion. Constructivity is not an opinion. There's nothing constructive going on from either one of them. Neither one of them is a constructive influence on their children, as demonstrated by their behavior. And we can find plenty destructive. We can find plenty destructive. What you cannot do is tell me where the constructive part of either one of them is. If you walk into their roof, how are you being built up in a constructive manner? The children, neighbors, hell, the two of them. Has Derrick become a better man in this marriage? Or is he a worse degenerate than he ever was? And is she becoming a better woman? Or is she becoming more off balance and psychotic by the day?
No, I think she's becoming more off balance and psychotic.
So that's when I say that that's what's bad about her, that is equally as bad. Okay. That's what I mean.
Okay. And I suppose you would say that it would be the sisterhood who would say that he made her that way because that's what denying her accountability.
Correct, because she chose this man. She did not become like she is right now overnight. She's been that way. Time has made her more what she already was. They were young, narcissistic, selfish, conceited teenagers. They become older, narcissistic, selfish, conceited adults, and now they're sinking their claws into each other. And by the way, let's be very, very clear. Derrick did this on purpose. You don't have a man running through every broad in perimeter in Midtown in Atlanta, and you doing that accidentally. So yeah, chick, okay, you bagged me, you got me. I ho, you got me. Okay, you got the marriage certificate on me, you got the kids on me. You got me up under this, but I'ma run through every damn broad on 285, and I'm gonna make a mockery of you. I'm not. Every time he gets mad, he gets more flagrant. Let me tell you something. A man don't get a broad pregnant by accident. I am going into. I have not made it that, man. That's not because it's true. As a female, you understand. There's no woman who's giving birth who understands that wasn't the first time that dude was ejaculating you raw. You don't. That doesn't just happen. You don't get pregnant by a handshake. Ask any couple who's been like, okay, we want to have a baby. A man is sitting on pins. He wants this to get the hell over with. He wants you to hurry up and get that pink line on the damn pregnancy test. He doesn't realize, as a female, you realize it ain't going to be that easy. But he doesn't realize that. So, no, it's never the first time that a dude sat up here and ran raw. It's never the first time. It's always, it was 3, 4, 5, 6 months later. So if he got another chick pregnant, that was forethought. It always is. A man doesn't get a woman pregnant by accident, and more importantly, a woman does not get pregnant by accident, never in the history of the last 60 years. Y'all have got 33 forms of contraception. They wanted Derrick Jackson's baby. She was like, look here, I can pull this nigga from that little square rod. I can pull him, and he wants it. He need a real hoe in his life anyway. Let me go ahead and elbow her the hell out the way. And as soon as that happened, he's like, whoa, she got me on the 8 ball. Baby, you understand? She can clear me out. I got an image of the hoe. Look here, get your ass down here. This wash clean. Yeah, I'm Herschel Walker in this son of a gun. Yeah. God created life. Yeah. Get this damn car. So what I'm saying is she knew that's what he was from day one.
Let me ask you a question then. When you say she knew that's what she was from day one, you don't hold any possibility that a woman like that could be deceived, especially when she was young.
No.
You don't believe that these guys are good at disguising who they are.
No, because he wasn't disguised. You keep making that part of. That's why you have to say, well, what if he wasn't disguised? This guy is. He wasn't.
No, I'm
okay, ma'am. He wasn't. He wasn't even in his 30s. This guy was in his mid-20s on the internet and became internationally famous for being a congenital degenerate liar to females, telling women nothing you do is wrong. The problem is all these men out here. If you're a single mom with 5 kids, the problem isn't that you're a loose-ass hoe. The problem is that you love so deeply that you just kind of love so deeply. I mean, he's going the full Oprah thing here. You have no accountability for your actions, and he knows he's wrong. He knows he's lying. He's like, man, look here, you dumb bro, it's baby this. It is what it is. This is when we get into psychopathy. When you have somebody who knows he's lying to this level, that you know, you can look at his face and see a lot of times he was giggling. He knows he's lying. He's like, look here, I got a chick at home, but I got a bunch of bad broads in Midtown. I'm living that life, and let me go ahead and crank up the Lamborghini, and we're going to do what we do. He's like, hey, that's a small price to pay. I don't have any real skills. I don't excel at anything. It's not like I can do computer programming. It's not like I'm a welder. This guy has done nothing in his life except lift weights and lie to women. That's it. He has no other skills. He has no other abilities. He has nothing else in this world except the gift of gab. So in his world, he's going to get the maximum benefit he can out of it. And if it damages and destroys your entire life, well, that's just the cost of doing business, and the business is Derrick Jackson.
She's known him since he was in high school. So how would a high school girl spot this?
Okay. Bernie, Amber, could y'all tell when niggas was running game and lying when you were in high school?
Yes.
Of course.
Because according to the chick on the phone, you can't tell.
I mean, if she's never left the house and her dad never told her about certain things, I can see you tripping and falling for the bullshit. But
I disagree though. I disagree.
house.
I disagree because I think that every woman has an inner intuition about men and what they're giving and what they're presenting. And I think that every woman
Woman has
knows
a hidden
when a man wants something serious and when a man doesn't.
intuition
Right?
about
And
everything.
I think that whether
Ain't
you were
just
taught
me.
that or you weren't taught that, you're a woman.
Women have
And you're
good
able to
sense
read people well and you're able to read what they want.
intuition.
That's true. I
I
definitely
think intuition is built over experience, though. I think intuition is built over experience because I've had experience with people, a variety of things. Girls I know like
So
that
far, so
weren't
good.
allowed to watch TV, listen to music. They couldn't do anything but go to church and watch Disney movies. Like they were really cloistered for the most part. All girls I know who turned out like that were
You ain't getting no
locked
sales
in the
yet.
house, literally. And
Ma'am, what you're saying is fantasy. And you're having to make this up and create and concoct a home environment that didn't actually exist. The bottom line is you don't get with a dude like Derrick Jackson and you're a wallflower. Because by definition, if she was locked in the house, she never would have got with him in the first place. How in the hell did she still gonna get pregnant by this man? It never would have, ma'am, it never would have happened in the first place. If she was really under lock and key like that, somebody in her house would have prevented that from occurring in the first place. So you're kind of defeating your own argument.
But I also want to add,
You can't say she was locked in the house and by the same token she had free run.
Oh, he does.
If I'm not mistaken, they knew each other in high school and they went to church together. That's the only reason they were allowed to be around.
Okay, she wasn't okay, but she was obviously they were around each other outside of school, ma'am. Clearly that was the case.
No, that didn't happen until they were.
Okay, clearly at some point while she was still at that teenage stage, she was let out of the house, ma'am. You defeated your own argument.
but then I also want to go back and say like
Well, I can see that she was literally locked in the house, but I mean,
okay, then stop using those words. Go ahead, Amber.
I also just want to say like intuition is a feeling. It's something that you just have. It's not something that you learn or experience come around you. It's something that as a woman or a male, whatever, you have this feeling and you have this something in you that tells you your inner voice, right? And that's what intuition is. Versus what you're saying is experience. Experience is very different from intuition, right? Your experiences, your lived experiences, and things that you've seen, things that you've heard, is very different from what you feel as a woman every day, and that you decide every day.
I wish you played that again. That shit was
I'm
funny.
gonna make this decision, right?
She got
That's
to have a lot of
intuition.
confidence.
Now, her experiences and what she
That
dealt with,
bitch knows what's
yeah,
going on.
it
She
affects
knows
her
what's the
ability.
deal. She just getting mad because she getting dragged.
Okay, slow down, caller. Go ahead.
Every night she knows she
Okay, slow down, caller. Slow down.
Okay.
Go ahead and finish that.
I just want to remind you and say, like, women have intuition. Experiences are different. They're not the same thing. Yes, experiences allow you to build on what you end up deciding to do and things like that. But intuition is something that you feel right away, and you can decide from that right away whether you're going to proceed or not. And I think that in this
your
case,
fault
this
because you
woman,
don't look at the red flag.
her intuition was probably real because a part of her being so angry
Every
has to
woman
do with
got
like I always
intuition.
knew this. I always knew this guy wasn't going to be shit, but I ended up still giving him this chance, right? So the intuition that she probably already had is probably why she's so upset. Because in her heart, in her soul, in her inner voice, she probably knew this was not the guy for her. But she still went after this man. Maybe because of what he looked like.
Well, she
maybe because of
accepted
the card
this man.
skills,
She didn't go
maybe
after
because
his.
of all
She
these different things.
accepted.
But however, your intuition, your first gut, always tells you how to proceed. And you decide whether to continue or whether to
correct her when I use my words wrong.
She bought in.
Derrick Jackson, we before. Derrick Jackson, we speak before. My understanding is this is like his immediate persona. When she first met him, he wasn't like this. The guy she grew up with wasn't like this.
You don't know.
Untrue. And there's the problem right there.
She talking like she knows the dude.
Yeah. You don't
Derrick
know.
Jackson
And she don't know her. She's speaking of her own
Derrick Jackson
experience.
did,
Because
ma'am,
she
I'm a
don't
man.
know.
Derrick Jackson did not just figure out how to sit up here and skirt chase at the age of 24.
In the
You don't just wake up one day and at 24, bam-o, You got to put in time. Now, at the time he was in high school, his emotional connection, he's fighting with those two things. He has an emotional connection we call attachment.
Oh, you got
he has attachment to this woman because he's known her as long as he has. So he has a nostalgic connection to her. But as far as what he wants to do, he's been expressing that the whole time. You don't just jump up at 25 or 26 and start running the streets. You realize how hungry you would have to get over to start doing that? You've been doing that. You can't. That's not something that just comes up in your damn 20s. I mean, in your late 20s or 30s. A man got to be built for that. Otherwise,
fake as hell hair.
It would be too startling for him. It
Natural.
would be too inconvenient.
Natural.
During the most formative years of his
life,
I don't
understand that. What the fuck?
And start doing that. And
all the way down to her ass.
One female, because he don't really have what it takes to run the streets. When you doing what Derrick's been doing, that takes expertise.
Is that what they call a lace front?
Let's just stop that lying. That takes expertise. And for him to be this young, this widespread, this reckless,
I don't think horses' tails are even that long.
And you know it too.
Okay. Silly as hell.
You know damn well ain't no niggas up there in Chicago just starting chasing and running the streets at 26 and 27. You're insulting everybody's
intelligence. That just seems unsanitary. Buying people's real hair.
No, I'm not saying that. When you watch it, then when you buy it, you're supposed to watch it too.
I had always heard was that he was a nerd. He wasn't popular with women. That's why he got with her. And that he was not attractive.
And in his early 20s, when he got into his early 20s, what he wanted to do,
go to
he finally figured out he actually
tired of this chick.
I told you
got
this
his
shit
legs under him. He can't compete with the real gangsters and the real street dudes and the guys with swag. Derrick Jackson has no swag. He's a cornball. Like Erykah Badu and Lauryn Hill, he created his own version, something he could master of his own. Well, no, I can't compete with the dudes who are fly got swag. I'll put on a religious swag, and that will put me above people because women love a dude who can preach to you. So I found an area where the Futures and the Drakes can't compete with me. I found a place that those dudes can compete. Now I'm gonna have to deal with a different caliber of females. I'm talking a different caliber, but it's a place where I have fewer competition. As men, we are competitive. We understand to find where we can find fertile hunting grounds that are suited to our advantages. Derrick understood what his advantages were. He also understood what his weaknesses were. At an early age, he started carving out. You know what you never saw from Derrick Jackson? A skill set. Now that you never saw. He's not an expert at anything other than running his mouth. Now that's not something you pick up in your mid-20s or late 20s. You pick that up in childhood. Let me say it again. You don't pick up running your mouth in your 20s or late 20s. You pick that up from childhood. Now all it's looking for is a place to extract benefits from. And he found it. The gullible, sad females out there, he cut his teeth on his woman. Now he's been cutting his teeth on every other woman that he can sink teeth into.
So how do you avoid being Mr. Jackson then?
But first and foremost, do not be a female narcissist yourself. Let's be very, very clear. The biggest lie in the world today is that women don't know the man they snuggling up with. Yes, every single one of you fights and competes to be with the type of man you're with. And you all have a cost-benefit ratio analysis. Well, this is what he offers, and this is what it costs. Let me see if they balance out. And usually, because you all are informed by your emotions, if he's got something that gives you the appearance of having status or advantage over other women, you're usually going to jump on that. Especially if he's got some widespread appeal, you're going to jump on that without thinking. You figure, well, don't worry, I'll change and chip off these other things I don't like. We'll get around to knocking those off later because, of course, my draws make gold. So that'll influence his behavior. Every female thinks this. Every female has this delusion right up until they try to change us. Then they realize, oh, you ain't got no leverage to sit up here and bully us. What you bought is what you bought. So every female needs to stop lying to themselves that you're going to get a free lunch and get something for nothing. You knew what Derrick was when you got with him. You knew how he sees the world. You knew he was a lying, manipulative snake. You knew all of this. And you overlooked it because you was a kind of square chick too, and you figure, well, hell, he'll compensate for what I don't have, and he will be my status. Think of this as a reverse beard. He'll be my status. Well, congratulations. You competed and played the game of Derrick Jackson. Congratulations. You won. Now come pick up your prize. So how does a woman avoid this? Stop talking dumb. Stop playing dumb. You know what you're getting into bed with. You know what these men are. Now, if you proceed, get ready to pay whatever the penalty and the price is. But let's stop treating y'all like children that you can be absolved from your decisions. You know what he is. You always knew. You were just hoping you could get something for nothing. What's my advice? Stop trying to get something for nothing. Stop trying to do that. Stop trying to be slick and lying and deceitful and try to do that. Get what actually is there. Choose a man who has drive, caliber, a man who has discipline. Choose that. And also understand that there will be a trade-off. There will be a trade-off somewhere. You're not going to get something for nothing. There's going to be a trade-off, and you're going to have to be willing to give up whatever that is. So the other lie is that it's all upside and there's no downside. No matter what man you choose, there is going to be an upside and there is going to be a downside. And that, furthermore, that's the way it should be.
So how do you do that in the context of a home like this when you're 16, 17, 18 years old? How do you make that decision as a teenage girl?
Okay, we already addressed and answered that. She didn't just wake. He just wake up one day and there he was. So I'm gonna have to go here in a minute, but thank you very much for giving us a call. We already addressed that. You know what he is. At 15, 16, you know what this guy is. What you're saying is, wow, it's real slick how he's able to get over on all these people. She thinks that's great because she's like, I've got the guy who has power over all of you. He can lie. He can wrap you around his finger. I think that's cool. I think that's swell. And if you take a look at the way in which she conducts herself, she believes she has the same gift to gab. She believes she is like him. She believes she's equally as slick. She believes that she's this silver-tongued devil too. So she believes that she is his equal. Problem, she doesn't get the same results he does. So let's be clear. She's not deceived or fooled. She thinks she's slick at the mouth too. She thinks she's a silver-tongued devil also. She thinks she's on his level. And he gets out there in the streets every day and shows her, chick, you ain't on my level. You ain't on my level. See, other men put their woman in place in different ways. He puts her in her place by showing, by the way, I got chicks way badder than you, and let me introduce you to a couple. Just in case you think you're the best I can do. By the way, my badness here. Baby, look here, I can have you a place before lunch. That's how he puts her in her place. She then goes and finds a Bible to thump on. See if she can circumvent the rules. And the real victims are the children. She's a grown woman. She likes this kind of thing. The real victims are the children. You have a man who's not suited to be a father. You have a woman not suited to be a mother. God help the babies. Call from area code 702. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello, I'm JT from Las Vegas.
All right, JT from Vegas. What's on your mind?
Okay, first I want to, when I say you, I mean in general, not you specific. But Danae's prayers were misdirected and wrong for social media. However, it's not wrong to pray to be vindicated from your enemies.
She wasn't praying for vindication from her enemies. She was not praying for vindication from her enemies. She specifically prayed for bad things to happen. That's not vindication. So let's not say a lie right out of the gate, claiming she wanted vindication. Well, you're not going to redefine that. She was saying, I want your wives to be widows and your children to be fatherless. That's not vindication. That's viciousness. So why are you trying to come on this phone in front of other adults and rename that to something that it's not? What is it about you that wants to lie? Let me find out about that. What is it about you that wants to lie like this?
Okay, well, I apologize for misspeaking.
No. That wasn't no misspeaking. You knew what you said. You're sitting up here defending that. You've heard us talk about this now for over 2 hours. You heard what that was. That wasn't vindication for her.
Yeah,
vindication is when excuse me, vindication is when someone has said something about you false, and then you can prove that they said something false. That's not what she's praying for. She's praying that people get punished for telling the truth. She's not praying that people get punished for lying. She's praying that they get punished for telling the truth.
You're correct. What I'm saying now is separate from what I was saying about her.
Okay, what is your point?
Like, I'm not talking about Zendaya anymore when I go into this part.
Okay, what is your point?
Part of why Christians are not taken seriously is because it's clear when they speak that they don't read the Bible in the correct context when they use those two phrases like God is love and God loves everybody. And that's not what he says. Like, God is not a simp. He is contrary to popular belief. The love is conditional, and he has standards, and he's exclusive. So he gives blessings and curses based on obedience to his rules. You're not gonna sit in his face by telling him that the covenant means nothing and still be in his good graces.
Yes, but the idea that you can pray to God as if he's your personal genie. Now that's the problem. And furthermore, the Bible usually teaches that you pray for something for yourself, not that you pray for something for someone else. So you got all kinds of twistings and distortions.
No, but she said in an evil,
usually you're
evil way.
I think I said that what I'm saying is separate from Danae. I'm not talking about Danae. I'm talking about Christianity.
Yes, I'm talking about Christianity also. And what you're saying is a distortion of that too.
And then also, just to jump in, right? Like, I think that, like, when we don't meet standards, like, God knows that we're not going to meet these standards, right? Like, he knows that we are human and we are flesh and we're going to make mistakes. And I think what I think is also being misconstrued in Christianity in general, as you're referring to going back to Christianity, is that, like, when we don't meet those standards, we go to him, right? And he judges us. We're not allowing for other humans to judge us and put us in boxes and allow us to be judged in ways and talk down the way that she's talking down to you. So that's the misconception too. And that's where this is being misconstrued, because those standards he created. He's the only one that can meet those standards. We cannot. So therefore, we do not judge others that do not meet those standards.
Exactly. I was looking at Colossians 3:8 because while they was talking about the Bible, I was like, it was talking about how you have to put aside anger, wrath, malice, and abusive speech from your mouth. She's straight up using the Bible as whatever she's using it for, but forgetting and nitpicking and choosing whatever she wants to use to justify the things that she's saying. And you can't just nitpick. If this is the book, use the book, then use the whole book.
You make a very good point there that, by the way, since when does God allow you to make prayers of wrath? Since when does he allow that? Because I can mention those things, but by the way, here's another thing we're talking about here. When you're talking about Psalms, you're talking about King David. You're talking about King Solomon. When you're talking about Exodus, you're talking about Moses. When you're talking about the book of Ezekiel, Elijah, and Elisha, these are the prophets themselves. These are the men who, according to the book, they spoke directly to God. He's not interpreting what God said. I'm here to repeat to all of you what God has spoken. Now, when she comes along 2,200 years later, claiming, hey, God spoke to me about all of you. Now, that right there is supposed to make you say, wait a minute. Since when did you become King David, King Solomon, Elijah, Elisha, Nehemiah? When did you get on that level? I read this. These men were most likely specifically talking about their circumstances, what they were saying right then. And you're saying, I want to convey that onto myself. Context is missing here. This is when you start weaponizing it. Now, when you get to the New Testament, Jesus and his apostles make it very clear, we're speaking to you, all of you listening to me, and this is how you are to take this. She's saying, let me go these other parts where these individuals are talking to specific entities, and don't worry, this applies to me too. Here's the problem. I'm taking a look at her life, and very clearly, if she is praying to this God, he's sending her a message. I'm not hearing you. If she is actually praying this to him, by the way, it doesn't look like he's listening.
Also, like one more thing I just want to add too is like in this situation, like, everybody has their way of responding to whatever they want to respond to with God in private, right? Like if you are upset about something that's happened or that's been done to you, you have the right to go to God in whatever capacity that you feel like you need to vent out or air out whatever you're hurting about, whatever you're upset about, whatever like is on your mind, in your heart, whatever. You have that right to go to God and explain how you're feeling. But what you don't have a right to do is to come in public and like use the Bible in contrast to bring down other people. That's what you don't have the right.
And I would stand behind her completely if it were righteous or just and whatnot. I'm not, the problem we have is she's taken to the internet to say that the people who are saying things I don't like, your problem is sitting under your damn roof with you. You're supposed to be throwing them Bible verses right over there at him. You're going at other people simply for saying, why we're not going for the con job. And the fact that you haven't said what the con job, the lies supposedly that you're praying for people to get punished is, all I can conclude from this is you don't like it because you realize that what people are saying is cutting in y'all's bread budget. Hey, I need y'all to shut up because y'all busting the hustle. I ain't trying to get back out here and work. I'm not trying to look here. If this is the price I gotta pay for this house, this is the price I gotta pay. But y'all busting up the hustle. Now, there's where the problem is. Now, as far as Christianity is concerned, this woman doesn't represent it in any form, faith, shape, manner, or fashion. But what she is doing is out here saying things that at best will make a mockery of her, but at worst, it'll feed into this idea that this is the way that women should handle these situations. Now, that's the real issue. If you have a man who is living under your roof and he is sitting up here doing the most, that tells you something. How do you deal with a man that you have a strong attachment to, a strong desire for, and yet he's not honoring the marriage or his word? How do you deal with that? Do you deal with him? Or do you turn around and tell the general public the problem is all of you? Now, this is what she's teaching the world, is that the way in which you deal with a philandering, adultering, scumbag, psychopathic liar in your home is you crank up the Bible and you attack everybody else who's saying, by the way, you realize you're a scumbag liar, right? We couldn't help it because he goes on the internet all the time preaching to us. We're not mocking him. We're saying, by the way, you're a fraud. That's not mocking. So she understands us calling him a fraud is busting the hustle. Us calling him a fraud is busting the hustle. That's the issue.
That her husband is God, because that's what she's using it like he is God.
Well, no, she thinks that she's God, and he is her avatar. Because he's the one who actually excels the power, and she gets to sit behind the scenes, ostensibly pull the strings. I mean, just think about it from her perspective. I get the bills paid, I get my hair laid. Well, okay. I get the bills paid, I get the cable TV taken care of, I get the daycare taken care of. From her perspective, she's hit the jackpot. The problem is it's very hard to be proud of it when everybody knows what you're going through to get it. Now you're like, okay, if I can just shut them up, we can go back to sleep again.
And I think another thing that I'm thinking about too is like I just wonder like the perspective change. What would have been if her perspective would have been a more positive perspective? Like if she would have came on here and said, at this moment, like I just want to be on here to kind of get people to back me up and support me in prayer and be there for me as I'm going through a time of hurt. And the reason why I'm bringing it publicly is because it's been public. So I'm gonna just put myself out there and be vulnerable and get feedback and get, retrospect from other people and hear out other people, right? Or hear out their thoughts. but you're coming into this mindset and you're dehumanizing people and you're making people feel like they're not good enough because if they do this, then they're this one. And so I just wonder if her perspective had changed, what the audience would have been like.
You know, disrespect from other people.
That's like what Jason was saying.
Okay, you got a lot going on over there. Caller, I'll let you have the last word.
I was gonna say, what Jason
Before I go, I just wanted to reiterate that I'm not trying to defend her. I agree in what you're saying, in that she was wrong for what she did on social media and for praying against her husband, hateful prayers that way. What I was saying was unrelated to her specifically. That's it.
Yes, ma'am, we got that. The real thing is that's not really acceptable under any circumstances or any context. It's not acceptable or advisable. Furthermore, like I say, it's harmful.
I was talking about vindication, not evil prayers.
Yeah, you're saying that she's praying for vindication. When did she pray for vindication?
No, I'm not saying she is praying for vindication. I'm talking about praying for vindication.
Right.
She was wrong.
Right. What does praying for vindication have to do with her?
Using prayers to have God be working on your behalf, that the evil that's being done against you not prevail.
Right. But that doesn't apply.
And I'm not saying evil was done.
But that, the issue is that, right, the issue is that doesn't apply to her. There's the problem. There's the problem with calling in and saying that the issue is it doesn't even actually apply to her.
Exactly.
Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. That actually doesn't even apply to her. Let me get caller from area code 856. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, this is Anna calling from Fredericksburg, Virginia, by way of Mount Holly, New Jersey.
All right, Anna from Fredericksburg. What's on your mind?
Yes, I have two questions. So the first one is Derrick Jackson, it's an honest question, is he justified in his infidelity with his wife? Because, like, prior to what we discovered tonight, is he justified in his infidelity with his wife? And the second thing is, I know someone who's a mutual friend of my group of friends, young couple, just like me and my husband, and, good-looking couple, if you ask me, gorgeous wife. She shares a son with him. They don't have any kids in an outside relationship, and they seem to live a pretty good, decent life. But a couple of our friends have said, hey, we know Chris is cheating. And I'm like, looking at them, well, how do you know? Because it's a pretty, heavy allegation. And, they just showed like a rack of...
Okay, well, why don't we come to that second one here first, because we're kind of dragging there. The first one is he justified in doing this? I don't think I would ever use the word justified. I don't think that's a justified thing. I'm just like, that's going, if you're upset with your partner, it's going pretty deep if you start sleeping with other people. You have to be careful about weaponizing sex. Because sex is a very important thing in a relationship. It's one of the only things that separates your relationship to this woman from literally every other human being on the planet. You might have a lot of friends, you might have a lot of family. You ain't sleeping with them. You're not having intercourse with them. So that's the thing that makes a distinction between this human being and all the others. It's like, by the way, I done seen all your nooks and crannies as opposed to the rest of the folks. You're the only person, hopefully, at the dinner table at Thanksgiving that you see naked, hopefully. So what I'm saying is, if you weaponize that kind of intimate, personal, vulnerable thing, just understand that that's a very serious line to cross. That's a super serious line to cross, because sex in a relationship, if it means nothing, then it either means something or it means nothing. And that's a serious line to cross. You can't sit here and pick and choose when it means something. That's like for a female. Females can't have sex with just anybody. If a female tells you, oh, it was just sex, she's worthless. If she can sleep with a man and feel nothing, then it doesn't take some connection for her, then guess what? It doesn't take one for you either, no matter what she tells you. So this is really a bad thing. Now, in his case, this is the mother of your children, and you're presenting her publicly. Forget sex. You are giving other women status over this woman. As a man, we are supposed to be chief protector and provider. If you're telling yourself that if I provide at such a high level, I don't have to be a competent protector. Now, that's a grown man trying to act like a boy. Because I can provide at a high level, I'm alleviated from my responsibility of protection. No, you're supposed to protect this woman's image. If you don't have a side chick, you need to protect that. So is he justified? I would never use the word justified because what that implies is he all right for him to weaponize sex? No, that's never okay. Never. Now, does her behavior drive you up the damn wall? I imagine it does. Let me tell you. Negro, I would see her like once a year. Kids, she would get a text message from me about every 3 or 4 days, but us in the same roof? Oh no, that is a big enough house. I can sleep upstairs, she can sleep downstairs or whatever. I'm gonna build a wing for myself. But beyond that, no, the sexual acting out is indefensible. Now, what was the second part of what you were saying?
Yeah, so thank you for explaining that. I guess I meant more so like for him, not saying that you do this, you never do this, but some men will justify that type of behavior from a man against his wife. And then the second thing is, my husband and I have a group of mutual friends, and a couple weeks ago, and it's gotten more progressive. I've been trying to ignore it, and so is he, because we don't want any part of that drama. But there's a mutual couple, if you will, within our group of friends where the husband's cheating on his wife. And, I had to just sit back and think to myself, I'm like, well, because I don't know, like, deeply about their relationship, but perceptually they're happy, she's gorgeous, they're a young couple like us, they have one child, they seem to be very well off. And he always says they're happy, she says they're happy. I'm like, okay, well, like I told one of the females from the other couple who told me, I said, that's a heavy allegation. I'm like, how do you know that he is cheating on her? And then she shows me a lot of, different women. I said, how do you know this? Without being one of those women, because to me,
okay,
it's
well,
just like,
okay, here's the thing. Our time is limited. Can you give us the Reader's Digest version of what are you trying to ask?
I'm asking, the man says that he's happy with his marriage, beautiful wife, good life, one kid. How can a man step out on his wife with a bunch of other women if he claims that he's happy and things are good? That's basically my question.
It's the facade. It sounds like a facade. Everybody bought into the same facade. Like, I'm trying to figure out what it is that you're asking, though. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. It's basically, if a man says he's happy with his wife and things look good, they're doing well financially and everything else, how can he step out on his wife with a bunch of other women based off of what me and my husband have been shown or have been told? I'm like, how is that possible if you claim you're happy and things seem to be going well? How could you sit around with a bunch of other women? It's basically my question.
Okay, you're saying how can you say that you're happy in a marriage and you're sleeping with other women?
Yes, as a man.
Okay. Well, first of all, I explained this before here, but it's compartmentalization. First of all, it's not for everybody. That's the first thing, okay? It's not for everybody. Every man can't handle having more than one female just because biologically they want to and whatnot. If you're with a fellow who's reckless, if you're with a fellow who doesn't know what he's doing or whatever, that's the thing. So it's on a case-by-case basis. I'm a firm believer that a man has to, if you're going to be going down that road, you got to sit up here and you got to earn that. That's not something you just put in the hands of every man. That's power. And every man's not ready and available for that. Furthermore, men compartmentalize because we must. That's how we become competent protectors and providers. I always give the example that a man can have sex with you without loving you, the same way that we can fight somebody without hating them. There's a reason why we were able to create combat sports. So the two most important things, because for a woman can't really just walk up to nobody and smash their face, literally trying to do serious bodily harm unless she's emotionally invested. Furthermore, she cannot really lay down with them and give them her all unless she's emotionally invested. A man can do both of those things, and our emotional investment is in our purpose. We don't have to have an emotional drive or motivation. This is our purpose. This is what I need to do. So this is an act that needs to be performed. I don't have to be emotionally involved with it. If I can make this a little more down to earth, Brother Neely Fuller gives a concept that really explains it very well. As men, we're not confused. You see, when Derrick Jackson bags some dumb, goofy broad in Midtown, she thinks this nigga is really considering her for marriage. So when he throws her in bed and starts flip-flopping it, she's really telling herself that she is edging his wife out of the picture. Now, unfortunately for her, when he hops out of bed with her, he's not confused. He knows he's not leaving his wife. He knows he needs her to be his beard and his image. He ain't leaving his woman. That's a story you not confused. You confused, not confused. So you see, that's how men can do it. For a woman, she can't go to that extent and not start becoming confused. Why? Because sex is a vulnerable act for you. Sex requires vulnerability for you. It requires dominance from a man, and it requires vulnerability for you. This is why men, when you start talking about gay sex, that's a man understands, hey, that's the height of vulnerability. So as a woman, I want y'all to understand, by the way, all my internet haters and whatnot, and the guys out there who are saying everything I'm saying, everything, new concept of them all, because they all talk about how sex is a man's sort of dominance. They haven't put it in this context. Why does this work? Understand, everybody, take your notes here. Once again, sex requires vulnerability for a female and dominance for a man. So you see, we can be dominant and she can be vulnerable. You can't engage in that act without vulnerability. You can't. I don't care if you're with a beta. You are allowing him to dominate you. By definition, you must allow that to do so. Now, you can just say that you're getting your itchy, scratchy liver, but you're having to allow that to occur. You're having to allow that. So you see, for a man, it's a completely different scenario. Completely different. But that doesn't mean everybody needs to have it, but it's a completely different thing. So I hope that explains why it is a man can sleep with another woman, he can sleep with a group of women, and come out of it and he's not confused. He wasn't being dominated. He wasn't being vulnerable. He wasn't being emasculated. He was dominating all of them, but emotionally, he slept with all of them and emotionally made a connection to none. Now, you have to be careful as a woman, because eventually, if he does this long enough, he may start compartmentalizing you. Now, what I have found in my life experience is that generally, it depends on how long he's with the woman. If he's doing this from an early age, look out, he's probably going to check you out. If he gets older and he's never done it before, but then one day he gets up in his damn 30s and decides, ooh, play a stage, you're about to get checked out. But if he's been with you since y'all were young, he's not doing it. He's emotionally invested, he's emotionally attached, he's kind of built his life around it. It's more convenient for him to keep you where you are. So under those circumstances, yeah, but in my experience, those other two, you're probably getting ready to get your ticket punched.
And thank you for explaining that, because that was something that, I couldn't really understand it because I don't have that type of situation, thankfully enough. And to the haters in the chat, like, I'd rather ask Jason because he has a whole bunch of experience, life experience, much more than I do. So who better to ask? Because I know I have to get a well-rounded, well-shaped answer on my question. It does not reflect on my marriage, thankfully enough, but it's just that it's something that neither one of us, my husband and I, can even understand because we don't operate like that. So to all the haters in the chat, y'all can shut the hell up for real.
Well, it also depends on the value of the man. I mean, if you have a low-value man, that Negro needs to go to work at 8 in the morning, be home promptly at 6, and that's the way he's got to move. If you're dealing with a man who presents more, just understand more will be required. So if you want to get on that, if you want to ride that train, you better be ready to pay the ticket. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me see over here. Don was okay. Don is over there. He was running around for a minute. You're lucky I didn't put you on camera at that time right there, Don. So I need you to settle down what you're doing over there. Okay, let me go ahead and load Don up here. Don, unmute yourself.
I am unmuted, sir. How are you this evening?
What's on your mind, Don?
Oh, man. This topic is... I don't understand why women can't really get their hands around it, understanding women. You get what you see, and he's not going to end up in some khakis and a plaid sweater. It's not going to happen. The other thing with this whole controversy with this religion and stuff like that, first of all, okay, wait a minute, let's do this. I'll give you a story. Two uncles and a pastor. One of my uncles starts sniffing around his secretary after he got his degree and everything. And my aunt married her. The other uncle, these are not blood uncles. The other one, he knew what he had. He wasn't walking out of the marriage, but he was hitting everything that moved. Now the pastor. Man, they know the influence. And if you believe anything about what's written in that book, the Apostle Paul said that you silly women was going to be given up to dudes like him. That's prophetic. So,
well, a person is going to interpret things when it benefits them. If you're dealing with a dishonest individual, if this is a person who's looking to get something for nothing, if this is a person who really hasn't put in the work, they really haven't dedicated themselves to it, but they want the same reward. But furthermore, if you're looking for a reward that you're not supposed to have, you're looking to swim in waters that you're not really suited for. That's just the bottom line of it. Well, why is it the women act that way today? It's because they're being told they can have it all. They're being told they can actually have it all from a young age. And then they come in different ways. If you believe in yourself, if you manifest it, if you just trust in God, you can have it all. Baby, you ain't got to settle for nothing. You can get everything you want. Just pays for it, please. That's literally what they're being weaned on, is a diet of silliness. Then they walk out here in the real damn world, Don, and they meet us. The problem is they got a fantasy in their head, and they walk out here in the real world and they meet men. And what they realize is, I'll be damned. If I got to put in a 12-hour, 13-hour, 14-hour day, if I got to sit up here and make $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 a year, it's probably going to be some flexing. I didn't build all this up so I can sit up here and just drop it in your lap. So it's the real situation we have today is that we're teaching females that they can have everything they want at the men's expense. That it'll be all upside and no downside whatsoever. It's just all like the stock market. It's all just up, 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 up. Anything you want. And furthermore, that you won't have to do anything for it. That the only thing you'll have to do is just get up every morning. Why? And they don't even make the connection. By the way, that's abuse. You're going to get everything you want. He's going to drop it in your lap. He's going to work his ass off to make sure you have, and you will have to do nothing for it. So you have an extraordinarily good life, and it will cost you nothing. Now, that doesn't make sense unless you've been cultivated in an abusive mindset. And you can have everything you want, and it costs you nothing. Well, let me tell you, that's catnip. That's catnip for females today. They want to believe I can have it all. No offense, but even to some of my light-skinned, salty, sweet chicks, you can't have it all. That's a lie. You're gonna get mad and salty at me, pardon the expression, because I wouldn't lie to you. And you literally sat there and told me, yeah, I had a guy making $500,000 a year. He told me I can't have just you. He's telling you. Everybody is telling you this is what it is. So if you're gonna swim in these waters, I don't care what your mom and dad told you. So you have a choice. You can keep holding on to entitlement. That's not denial. That's entitlement. You can keep holding on to the narcissism of entitlement. Or you can wake up and smell the damn coffee. But just understand, narcissists are the easiest people in the world to deceive because you already know what they want. Some folks, like Dr. Ramani, try to tell you narcissists are hard to do. No, they're not. They're the easiest people in the world to deceive because you already know what they want. Now, the general public usually runs from them, but it's easy to get over a narcissist. Let me tell you, I was a car dealer. Let me have some narcissistic, conceited female, narcissistic, conceited male. What do you all think the subprime crisis was over? What do you think the current car subprime crisis is over? A bunch of narcissists trying to live a lifestyle they actually can't, but the car reflects a life that they haven't earned. The car salesmen play on their vanity and narcissism, and then tell them, don't worry, you can afford this payment. Welcome to your 10-year car note. Narcissists are the easiest people in the world to exploit because you know what they want.
Yes, you are too. If you're gonna get hit by a person who's buying a car, or when you're a salesman, you know who you come to.
Okay, one at a time here. One at a time, Don.
I was gonna say, like, I'm sorry, excuse me. As your experience as someone who would sell cars, you know who to appeal to. You know who's gonna be able to pay that note. You see their logistics. The problem is they don't know themselves. So when you come and swim in these waters, if you don't know who you are, then you're gonna just go for whoever hooks you instead of going into it knowing who you are and being like, nah, I'm good. Because people don't use their powers of discernment and their intuition in order to choose instead of just being chosen.
Very good point. You don't know whether you're the trout or whether you're the hook. Don, I'll let you have the last word.
You know, puff slam. So I got a background, and I'm sure you know what that means. Easiest ones, especially for female. But what they really don't understand is they've set themselves up under this idea of Western European Christianity, which is a religion which actually has no substance. So, you know, what they're talking about, that Christianity is anti-Black, white racism, controlled by the white supremacists from Western Europe, and the Americas are very much a part of that whole Western Europe construct. So these women have to understand that this was not designed for you, and you trying to hold this man to it, it's not going to work because you're trying to bring truth out of a lie, so it's not going to work.
Well, the real problem is they're not even trying to use the book for that. They're like, hey, this worked for the white supremacists. Maybe if I put my own spin on it, this dominated the slaves. Maybe I can dominate this man. And the bottom line is, you can't dominate a man. A man has to let you dominate him. You can't dominate a man. No book is going to do it. No prayer, no religion, no plate of food. If this man does not wish to submit himself to you, it ain't going to happen. If this man doesn't make that choice, you can't pray that into him. Either he's built like that, he's cut like that, or it just isn't going to happen. Hear your point blank in the discussion. Thank you very much for joining us here tonight, Don. We appreciate that. And, let me go ahead and get a phone call. Call America code 713. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, this is Leanne from Houston, Texas.
We got all the ladies calling in tonight. They got the souls of trouble. Turn off your speakers back there, Leanne. What's on your mind?
I don't have any speakers on. I hope you can hear me very well, though.
Okay, because I hear a slight echo. What's on your mind?
I just wanted to call in and say that most of these Bible thumpers don't even know what they're reading. They don't even know what a 1611 is. I don't. This relationship that they have, that's very, very toxic. And I agree with everything that you're saying. Most of the time, Christians don't know what book they're reading. And half of the people that's in that Bible, they're dead. Can't even find them. And they don't even have a good reputation for anyone to follow. So I wouldn't follow a 1611 at all. I see the chat saying, what is a 1611? Look at the back of that black book that says Bible. On the spine, it says 1611. I call it a 1611. I don't call it a Bible. It's just a book. It's a guide. But most of the people in there are dead. And I don't understand why people are still indulging in this type of religion.
One brief aside. You said most of the people in the Bible are dead. Who are the ones who aren't?
Sir?
You said that most of the people in the book are dead. Just for my clarification, ones aren't dead.
I don't know, sir.
Okay, I was about to say.
I couldn't find a gravesite even if you paid me.
Yeah, but you said
And I
most
don't
of them.
think if I offered $1 billion for someone to take me to a gravesite of that Bible that she's spurring those words out of, she wouldn't even be able to find it.
Yeah,
No one would.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much for giving us a call. I was a little confused. She kept saying most of them are dead, half of them are dead. I'm like, who the half name? Who the half were not dead? I don't know how them is a start. Might not be a finish, but I'm like, hey, y'all, I didn't talk to everybody, but I found Ezekiel. Dude, we thought you were dead for the last 4,000 years, right? Can I ask you a couple of questions? Just two. I got two quick questions. You get called Miracle 470. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, this is Joe calling from Nashville.
All right, Joe from Nashville. What's on your mind?
Hey, Nathan, this is a really spot-on conversation. For some reason, twice today I had a conversation with two separate young ladies, one black and one white. Everything they're saying is, I couldn't say it nearly as well as you're articulating, but I think what's really going on in this arena is we've told, women, especially under a certain age, that, hey, you're not going to have to work for anything, you can have it all. There's going to be this, sexy man with all these muscles and all this money waiting at the end of your life. When you turn 30, is while I'm your 20s.
No matter what you've done, no matter how torrid or lurid your sexual history, no matter how many dudes are running through you, no matter how bad your credit, no matter how big your waist, no matter how ugly your face, no matter how nasty your attitude, there is a wonderful dude. You know what? Let me go ahead and finish your point, and I want to throw some negative vibes.
You hit me right on there. I'll just jump in. I was talking to a young lady today. Graduated from 26 years old, right? And I was hesitant. I was like, oh, God, I want to let you in some game. I mentioned a lot of women. And I said, what I told them the truth. I was going to tell you something about my brother. I won't tell you. So I told her, and I'm like, look, the odds of you, I'm like, you should have met a dude. Literally, when you were at Selmy, and you had all these guys that were going out with their cars, all these guys that probably wanted to date you, but they were invisible to you. Thought you were probably too good for them. And she said, yeah, they were kind of like nerds. And I was like, okay, I'm a graduate there myself. So I thought we were talking about that. But I'm like, yeah, now I'm like, you're 26. I'm letting her know, I'm like, doesn't get me back. I'm telling you, the most opportunities you had when you were in that environment. The most of the girls while you were very successful now, who are married, they actually got snatched up in college. And they were the some of their partners got snatched up then. The girls I see struggling and so out here that I knew from college, they were the ones who I was expecting to be off the high value management when I'm 30. And they're still out here trying to get life done. And they're 37, 38, 39 years old. And I'm like, baby, you have literally at that age, I don't have any reason to marry. Why would I marry you at that age? You can't even have my kids. Why would I marry, like, in no offense to ladies listening, why would I marry a woman in her 30s?
She would have to be a very well put together, very capable female in order for you to do that. Because you got to understand, her fantasy of what she's offering you doesn't coincide with the reality that you know you're going to have to live with. That's the problem. She's got a fantasy in her head, not only of what she has to offer, but what you are going to accept. Because you have to understand, her Prince Charming has been waiting his whole life to accept her as she is. Then no matter what she brings or doesn't bring, he's been sitting around just chomping the bit, can't wait to have it. And then when you show up, it's like, okay, the reality's not jiving. It's basically a slow grind into submission. By the time then they break hard the other direction, it's just like, okay, let me just go grab a bunch of cats and ride out with the Sheba mix, whatever that stuff is called. The bottom line is, yeah, man, that's what they do there. So reality is a difficult thing to have to abide by, and the numbers, because in their early 20s, women believe, I've talked to you all about this before, in their early 20s, sex is coupled with resources. Now that's what you understand. When they're in their early 20s, they're being offered sex and resources, sex and a commitment, sex and a long-term benefit. By the time they hit their late 20s, definitely by the time they hit their 30s, it starts, the sex and starts drying up. By the time they hit mid-30s, it's already over, but as men, we're smart enough not to tell them that. So what people end up dealing with is a world. Well, this is the truth right now. Somebody needs to tell you the damn truth. You enter a world where the men are all on code. We all know what to say to a 30-year-old or a 32-year-old. We all know what to say to a single mom, a chick, a fat chick, a chick with her credit jacked up. We all know what she's looking to hear. All of us. A-L-L, all. From the biggest Derrick Jackson to the smallest Steve Urkel. We all know what to do, and when you encounter us, we're all on code. So we all know what you're looking to hear. Now, some guys go into just straight lying, but everybody else is like, okay, maybe lie by omission. But we all know what you're looking to hear. So what confuses you all is that the transition is seamless from the guys who are offering sex and resources, sex and commitment, to the guys who are just offering sex, but they know you wanted something that implies there'll be a commitment. Men know how to imply commitment without ever actually A, offering it, B, guaranteeing it.
But also, I want to interject and I want to say that I think that, yes, while there is like a divide in how we are raising women and how women are evolutionizing or whatever, evolving, I think also there's a group of women and a group of people that are raising women not to depend on them, right? Well, I'm hearing a lot in like the last couple minutes has been, oh, that women are looking for a man that can do this, or can provide, or can do this, or can do the other. There's also a lot of women that are playing the same game that men are playing, right? There's also a lot of women.
No, they're not.
Of course they are. There's a lot of women playing the same game as men. They don't want the commitment. They just want the sex. They can provide the life that they want for themselves.
Not true.
It is true.
Wrong.
I'm not saying a big majority, but there is a percentage of women.
Okay, it's not true in any faction, majority or minority. That's a misnomer. Jason, why are you so adamant that's a misnomer? Number one, take a look at the results. The females who are quote unquote boss babes out here getting it on their own, throwing elbows in the workplace. Take a look at their mental and emotional state. They're not happy. Antidepressant use is at alarming levels among females. They expect them to get older. The single mothers are getting older now because they don't have a companion. Being isolated does bad things to a man. It destroys a female psyche. A woman having to get out there in the workplace and throw elbows in a competitive environment, women are not competitive creatures in a workplace environment. The more you work, the more masculine you become. As I said to the young ladies who are 18 years old last week, in their early 20s, Gen X, I said, does working make you more feminine? Does it enhance your femininity? Or does it make you something else? And they all agreed. Working makes you more masculine. Having to get up every day and adhere to that disciplinary schedule, that makes you more masculine. So what you're saying is they're quote unquote getting it. No, all they're doing is achieving a goal. They're getting a paycheck. At what cost? Because there isn't one little girl on the face of planet Earth who's saying, when I grow up, I want to be a man. I want to be strong and masculine. I want to have constant pressures drilled down on me. I want to be able to carry the weight of the world on my shoulders. That's some garbage that has to be indoctrinated into her by the leftover, left behind chicks that nobody is competing for and wants to be with. That's who's doing that. So yes, females out here are saying a slogan, and they're falling for the bait of entering the quote-unquote workforce. But it's not turning them into happy women. It's not turning them into better women. Case in point, I got two females in here right now. One of you just left her 20s, the other one's left, shall we say, 40. How many of you know females who have been working in the workforce for 20 years and they are happy, feminine beings?
I see one raising her hand right now.
Birdie. She's dancing. Okay, Amber, you misinterpreted that. She's holding up her hands to dance.
No, I'm holding my hands up because I know.
Who is? Who is? Who is?
Listen, I know Amber wanted to continue on her
No, Bernie. No. Let me go ahead and let you finish. Who are you referring to who is in their 40s and is a happy feminine being after 2 decades of being in the workplace?
I'm 45 years old.
Bernie, we just met. Do you really want to do this now? Can we wait for our second program at least? Do we really want to go here now? We were getting along so fine. We were doing so great.
Like a fire, Bernie.
Listen, I'm just like,
Bernie, ma'am.
I will tell you this. I come from a place where I believe anyone can have what they want, but they have to know themselves.
That's
Fire. No. I'm saying this only because I know, because I live it. I have a great life, and I'm telling you that yes, there's gonna be some people that's left behind. There's gonna be some people with unrealistic expectations on stuff. But I'm gonna tell you right now, there is a lot more than less. If that makes any sense.
No, that makes no sense whatsoever. No, I don't know what you're talking about. There's more than less. What the hell?
I said there's more out there than less. What you have been saying for the past 5 minutes is that there are women out there who don't have any hope. And that might be true. No, wait, hold up. That might be true for some people who, one, don't know themselves. 2, don't know the pool that they're in, if they're in a pool in the first place. Then there's the people who convolute their lives with a whole bunch of bullcrap.
The majority of black women are single. Now that's not an opinion. That's
but that doesn't mean unhappy.
That's not an opinion. That's okay, ma'am.
You said unhappy. I'm saying to you, there's a lot of women out there who are single and happy.
Bernie, the majority of women, first of all, are unhappy. Second of all, the majority of black women, you say they're not unhappy. Have you been to a Walmart? Have you called customer service? Have you been to a mall? Have you been to Sephora? Have you turned on World Star Hip-Hop, Media Takeout, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter? Ma'am, where's the happiness? Ma'am, first of all, happy is a disposition, but second of all here, no, we don't have a group of happy women over the age of 30. Either they got it in their early 20s or they're struggling the rest of their lives. The very fact that they are single tells you everything you need to know. There's no such animal as a female who's been in the workforce for 2 decades and she's happy. It's turned you into a masculine being. You have to be. You have to be a masculine being.
What you said, animal?
Well, there's no way in the world that you're happy in the workforce after 2 decades. It doesn't work that way because you have to become an ultra competitive being.
Workforce, or you talking about life as a whole?
I said what I meant, the workforce. Show me a female who has been, I said it several times, man. This is what I mean. You're not actually listening. I'm not talking about a person who's self-employed. And first of all, self-employed doesn't work either. Self-employed doesn't work either. Self-employed doesn't work either. A female who is on her own, having to throw elbows in this world to gather resources. The men are supposed to be the hunters and gatherers. We have multiple times the amount. Testosterone makes up our chemical makeup. It doesn't make up yours. Estrogen makes up yours. Nurturing makes up yours. Aggression makes up ours. So you see, when you put us in an aggressive, hostile environment, that enhances our masculinity. It doesn't take away from it. It makes us more manly. However, when I throw you and your 5 gallons of estrogen into the workforce, it's not enhancing your femininity, it's destroying it because it must, because it requires a different chemical makeup for you to be competitive, to be in a job. You can't keep your job unless you're beating out the other applicants. If you're a low person on the totem pole, slow down, Bernie. If you're a low person on the totem pole, if you are not outperforming your peers, then you know you are a target to be removed. So you must compete. It doesn't matter whether it's Circle K or Microsoft. You must be competitive simply to keep and retain your employees. That's not okay, but for a nurturer, that's not competitive. Y'all never sat around as women and sat up here and say, which one of us can express the most milk? That's not the way it works. Nurturers are not competitive. So that's what we're saying is that when you tell us you can go get it on your own, hey, Jason, there's these women out here, they're getting it on their own. No, they're not. They're just getting masculine. And they're being left alone, which is why you're seeing so many women today putting up videos where they're grinding on their sons, their son husbanding them, they're turning their sons into babies. Go take a look at my Twitter. The latest one has just come out. There's so many women doing that today because they're missing that masculine energy. So they don't have a masculine target to femininity needs that. Y'all can't come into your full femininity with a bunch of damn kids. Your job does not help you to express your femininity. Your children do not help you to express your femininity. It's help you express motherhood, not your femininity. You need to have a man. In order to come into your full femininity, there are no ifs, ands, or buts. It requires a man to do it. When you go on vacation somewhere, you need the touch and the feel of a man in order to come into your full femininity. There isn't an alternative road to get there. If I deprive you of a man, I am destroying and erasing your femininity. What is a woman without, this brings me to the last question. What is a woman without her femininity?
But also, it could be like a woman wanting, like, you know, they're saying on vacation, like when you're with a man, but they can also want a woman. So.
Okay, Amber, well, now in your case, yes, you've been back in both teams, and I do understand that. However, at the end of the day, you didn't marry them broads who's running around with you, married me. Okay, the bottom line is when you had to make a decision about your protection and provision and who is most invested in you, you chose a man. You didn't choose none of them chicks. You chose him. You know why? Because you knew none of them were going to die for you. You knew that. There's not a woman on this planet. There's not a woman on this planet who's looking at. There's not a woman on this planet who would volunteer to step in front of no bullets for you. None. And you know that. That's not the way women work. She's worried about her babies. She is not going to step in front of a single bullet for you. And you know that. She's like, I can replace Amber. You are all women do have intrinsic value. I want to update the lexicon. I've been telling you all this for months and months. Women do have intrinsic value. You have no intrinsic value with your job. A man is the only place you have intrinsic value. That's why y'all put on short skirts and such a premium and get around men. You have intrinsic value to men. You don't have intrinsic value anywhere else. That's why you might have, well, Jason, I could be with a woman. Yeah, but if you have a choice, you don't be with a man. That a man's going to win every time. Because you can get things from us.
The only reason why they win is because they, like, I don't want to be friends. So, like,
no, the reason we win is because you get things from us that you physically cannot get from a woman.
You will never hear me ever say that a woman can be a man. Period. A man is a man, a woman is a woman. We have separate roles. One can't spill over to the other. I don't care who says that.
Let me try this. Let me try this a different way. Amber, in your life, have you ever shoved your face up between the legs of another woman and felt more feminine?
No.
All right. Thank you very much. Facebook, caller, I'll let you have the last word.
Well, I think you guys for having me on. I was like to see that this. I think, you know, the sisterhood is real, but I think if we're going to get anywhere as a society, then at some point we're going to have to start telling women the truth because we have women right now who live in a really delusional situation, and it's killing them to the point where I see women that are pushing their into their 40s, and now they're like, why can't I get a husband? I'm like, I just want to just slap myself about the head. I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We've gotten better at arguing these things, but there's a reality that needs to come into view here. And while I'm at it, I want to make sure I take care of that because there's something I probably need to deal with this later. But I want to go ahead and show this now while it's on my mind. Hopefully, I can go ahead and do that. Y'all remember I put this up On the business, you can see here, female wheel of misfortune, as it were. I can't get the thing smaller than that, but you can see the options that it gives you there. These are your options. Like, this is what all the females are fantasizing about. When they think about their ideal man, this is what all of y'all, 100%, ALL, all, no exceptions whatsoever. These are the 6 attributes that all women are hoping and wishing for in their man. Fellas, if you want to know where the disconnect comes from, it's on your screen right here. If you want to know how it is that dudes like Derrick Jackson can slide right on in, this is it right here. If you know how to present as if you have these 6 things, or if you know how to present like you have it, this is what the women are looking for. So my whole point about it was that, ladies, this is a damn lie, which is why the caption on it here is, ladies, you can't have it all. Which 2 are you going to give up? Because you cannot have all of these. We know what you want, but you can't have it. If a guy is handsome, he knows what he's got. Does he have to be sensitive and faithful if he knows he's handsome and physically attractive? If he's rich, does he have to be faithful and handsome? If he's assertive, does he have to be rich or intelligent? So you're not going to get all of these wrapped up in a nice, neat little package. You're not going to get all of it. Something's got to give. You're going to have to give up something. You're going to have to let something go. And it's not going to be just one thing. It's going to be at least 2, probably 3 of these things. And this is how women get caught up, because they come up with this from the time that they're 10 years old. Then they get 18, 19, and they're like, Mr. 6 levels is out there somewhere. My mama told me what Birdie said. You can't have it all. That is a lie. You can't. Numerically, mathematically speaking, that's impossible. You can't. We know by math, it's impossible that of the 4 billion women on this planet, that all of them can, not even will. It's impossible numerically that all of them can have it. There are not enough men to go around to fulfill those expectations of the ones who actually have it. The financial component alone eliminates 80% of the men. Hell, eliminates 92% of the men. The financial component alone eliminates 92%. Birdie, how many men do you think, for example, how much of the male population in America do you think makes $50,000 a year or more?
Okay, I don't know about those statistics, but I know that the man that I'm with right now becomes 4 rows.
Okay, slow down. Wait a minute now. There's an important thing. Yes. Give me your guesstimate. How much of the male population in America do you guess makes $50,000 a year more, which I'm pretty sure, based on where you live, you can say that'd be a modest salary, okay? How much of the male population in America do you think makes $50,000 a year?
That I don't know. Well, got me trapped on this.
Okay, pay attention over here, not the chat room. How much of the male population in America do you think makes $90,000 a year? Give me a guess. No, give me a guess. Just give your gut instinct. What's your guess?
Percentage-wise?
Yes, percentage-wise.
90,000, probably about 40%.
Okay, 40% of the male population makes $90,000 a year. All right.
You didn't say black male. You didn't say...
No, male population in general. No, male population in general. We're not grading this or making distinction for age, race, color, creed, anything. All right. How much of the male population do you think makes $100,000 a year?
A little bit lower. Maybe about 27%.
Okay.
25%.
And about how much do you think makes $250,000 a year or more?
Probably about 15%.
Okay. $50,000 a year or lower is the bottom 80%. $90,000 a year or more is the top 13%. $100,000 a year or more is the top 8%. And a quarter mil, depending on what you're looking at, is going to be somewhere around the top 43%. It's going to be generally, what you're looking at is going to be between 5 and 3%. The bottom line is to get to a quarter mil, we're now talking at least that upper 5-4% high.
I'm trying to get to where you are right now because there's a lot of people, a lot of men who aren't even in those 6 categories.
Right.
So I'm trying to
80% of the male population makes 50,000 or less. We're talking about just the financial component alone by itself, considering nothing else. Now, whether it's handsome, faithful, assertive, sensitive, financial alone. Once you say that, no, this is a stickler, I gotta have this. Well, the bottom 80% of the males make 50,000. Just the difference between that 80% and that 87, that 7 percentile knocks out everybody making 60, 70, 80. That's all encompassed within that 7% from 80% to 87. Because 13% of the population makes 90,000 or more. That means the bottom, the 87% below that makes less than 90,000. So your 60,000, 70,000, 80,000 dollars a year, that's less than that's in that bottom 87%. For 6 figures, just 100,000, just 100,000. That's the top 8%. That means 92% of the population of males, regardless of race, sex, color, creed, sexual orientation, marriage status, marital status, the bottom 92% makes less than 100,000.
So what's the average to you for
men? Averages are what we really go by. Median is what we go by. So because, for example, Mark Zuckerberg and Bill Gates have more money than the bottom 99%, so that skews an average. So we don't really count. A more accurate barometer would be median, which means was going to be about 54,000. Median income from in America is 54,000.
So do you have any type of statistics? And not nothing. I haven't done that kind of research. I'm talking about combined income on homes because I'm not saying.
Okay. Let's go ahead. I've done that program. Okay, that's great. I've done that program already there. But depending on which one I look for example, let me give you a question here. Let's just say for the top 1%. How many females do you think are in the top 1% based only on their own income?
Less than 1%. That I know.
Not true. 4%. 4% of females in the top 1% earn it on their own income alone. The other 96% qualify, but only if you count their husband's income in the household. Now, the reason for that is because we've sold this lie that the females are out there just killing it. The bottom line is that's not the way it works. A workforce is stressful. It takes away your feminine chemical makeup. It robs you of that. Nobody needs you to have your hair laid and your makeup done when you come into work. They just need you to come in and sweat and toil. That's all they need you to do. So the things that enhance and maintain your femininity, the workforce doesn't help. It robs you of that. It robs you. So we can sit here and say, well, don't worry, Jason, there are women out here doing it. They're not doing anything except destroying what little femininity they had left. So what they're doing is sacrificing femininity for a job.
90 seconds.
They're sacrificing their feminine being for a job. Furthermore, for a job that will never invest as much in them as a man will. How many of y'all have had the same job for more than 5 years? Well, in your case, congratulations, Amber, but then again, you've been married in your 20s too, so you're an anomaly. The majority of females have not had that. Case in point, let me go ahead and give you all a brief reminder here. Okay, well, I'm trying to bring that up, but giving a brief reminder here. This is the real median earnings according to the Social Security Administration. No more of an authority than this. Amber, you have to choose Black, not Hispanic. You don't get to choose Hispanic. You don't get to choose Hispanic, Amber.
First, it should be Black and then Hispanic. So it was always going to be Black first.
Okay. You don't get to tiptoe around. But the bottom line is this is what the Social Security Administration says that the median earnings of women actually is. Not what they fantasize, not what they wish about. This is where it's actually at. When you remove a man from the equation, this is what actually occurs. It's a heavy ass load to lift. So Amber, while you can say, well, Jason, there are women who are being told that, they're being marched off into a meat grinder. The simple fact of the matter is, biologically speaking, women are going to compete like that. They're not. And if you attempt to force them to do so, there's not going to be enough cush jobs that will allow them to skate through. A bunch of them are going to be thrown into things that were just way more stressful than they ever anticipated to be. There are not enough cush, non-stressful jobs to go around. The rest of them are going to require you to be nursing, paralegal, or whatever. It's going to require things of you that are going to be very stressful from sun up to sundown. You try to go up a corporate ladder, good luck on that one. And, well, slow down. I'll get to that in just a moment. Furthermore, the workforce is not taking into account that you want to be a mother. So you got these hormones screaming at you that you need to procreate. And the workforce is like, we gives no dams. We're not here to be the damn husband. We need you to show up and put in this work like we paid, because that's what we paid you for. So now you're trying to navigate an environment that's not carving out anything for you, nor should it. Nor should it. So you have an environment that is not accommodating your motherly instincts. It's accommodating you like men. You should be a worker. So, but the problem is you have a limited window to become a mother. You can become a worker at any time, but you got a limited short window to become a mom. And if you attempt to just jump out there and do it with no man who is willing to legally obligate himself to you, guess what? You're screwed for real. Remember, the biggest determinant whether or not a woman goes into poverty is loss of a man, not even divorce anymore. If you just got a fellow who fools with you for real, you're doing better than most females out there. A woman being alone is detrimental at best. There are females being told this. They've been told this for the last 60 years now. They've been waiting on this feminine nirvana to show up now for 60 years. We just concede it was a lie. At what point do we say it was never real? There were just some grumpy, disaffected old women who they couldn't get the man they wanted, so they sold everybody else in the lie. Well, don't worry, you don't need a man. Of course you need a man. Of course you do. That's not optional. Of course you do. The only reason you would not need a man is if you're going to become one. And the first time I tell you, get your ass over there and move that stove by yourself, you're going to figure out that you're not a man. The first time I tell you, move that television by yourself, you're going to figure out you're not a man. The first time I tell you, move that washing machine on your own, you're going to figure out you're not a man. The first thing that's going to cross your mind is, where's a man to come move this? You're not even going to think, let me get a group of girls. You're going to think, hell, you can't even move a mattress that you're going to sleep on. The best you can do is flop it off the bed and set it up on its side. You know what you can't do? Take it down a flight of stairs. So as a woman,
I honestly think that Derrick Jackson's wife, Denasia, is stepping in front. Like she's the man of the house. Meanwhile, he is supposed to be the man of the house. Like I understand what he is. I just don't know personally women who want to be men. And I think that
any female who says that I can be the protector and provider, as soon as a woman starts talking about her income, she is now attempting to flex her masculinity. She is now saying, I will be the protector. As soon as you say that, in our modern environment, we don't hunt things in the wild anymore. We go and hunt things in the capitalist marketplace. When a woman tells you that I can perform at the same level as a man in the marketplace, she is saying, I'm as masculine as you are. I am as competitive as you are. I can be as productive as you. And the bottom line is the numbers bear this out. It's not true. You can't be an excellent mom and an excellent employee. Something's going to suffer.
I agree.
You cannot be an excellent mother, an excellent wife, and an excellent employee. Where do you do that at? Only in your own mind. You can't excel at all three. Something's going to suffer. So which is it? So Amber, I'm just saying, mathematically speaking, Which is it gonna be? Jason, there's women being told that, yeah, there's all kinds of lies that are being told. Prince Charming is waiting for you and your 4 bastard kids. Baby, you really can't have it all. Don't worry, your laugh lines, men don't really see that. You'll always be able to get married, no matter what your age is. There's somebody for everybody, and y'all know that's true, Bertie. You know damn well. If you're gets over 35, that's it. She gonna grab the last thing leaving. There's not a bunch of flush pickings out here. You gonna tell me even 10 years ago that you were just flush with options, Jason? There was 60 men.
When you reach a certain point, listen.
The word you use is different. You didn't say the pool is empty. You didn't say the pool is empty. The pool is empty. No.
Well, to you, it's different because your pool and another woman's pool is different pools, and it's because we're different. Our requirements, our things are different. The things that we feel are different. What you require as a man is different than what I would require as a woman. I know you understand what I'm saying because we're saying the same thing, but in different ways.
But there are not handsome 6-figure men for females over 35.
I have one, so I don't know that point of where you are. I get what you're saying for other people, but I can tell you that me personally, that's not my experience. I'm not trying to be a man. I'm not trying to be a man. And I don't know a lot of women who are trying to be men. But I can see in your statistics where those cases might exist. I don't know those women.
Call me Go 305. You're on Live with the Business.
PBA, what they do is you put One Love 305, man.
One Love, what's on your mind, brother?
Man, I called earlier, and you had just told every last number when I was going to make, so I hung up. But all this birds, man, you can get back on the line. So she claimed she was one of those happy people over the age range that you gave as a woman in the working field. And all it took was 1 or 2 questions that you asked. And all of a sudden, now she's saying, well, I don't know. I don't understand. Either you don't understand happiness, you don't know what it takes to be happy, or you weren't happy. See, women use these shields, and they'll use the Bible, just like you girl the nail. They'll use that Bible as a shield. And I do want to mention that those 2 Jacksons, they deserve each other, and they selected each other. He picked her because she was naive, and she picked him because she knew he was too lame to do what he did to her. Both of them were wrong. Both of them were wrong with TBA because she sure wasn't so naive that she can pick out every verse in the Bible, or should I say curse, in the Bible, or when she's done wrong, and he don't even know where he's sleeping at.
Let me tell y'all something.
In that house.
Let me tell you something. Mama Black, when I was a little kid, she told me something about girls as I was getting older. And she said, son, beware of a calculating female. Those were her words to me. Son, beware of a calculating female. Because she saw that I like smart chicks. But she was like, yeah, you like smart girls, but you've gone beyond just smart. You're choosing females who are calculating. And that's fine with a man. You want men around you who are calculating. But I'm your mother, and I'm warning you, beware of a calculating female. Beware of the female who's sitting there and she's doing computations and calculations and things when you're not around. Because it's going to be a matter of time before you come across her thoughts. Because she knew what her son was. But the bottom line is she was like, beware of a calculating female. And that's the piece of advice I give men today. Beware of a calculating female. A female who can go through things, as you just said, pick out chapters and verses. A woman who can go through and sift through data and isolate the things that give her preference and convenience and advantage. that. I don't care how great the sex is. I don't care how great the cooking is. Beware of a calculating female. Eventually, she's going to start crunching numbers on you.
Man, you just did it again, T-Baby. You just took what I was saying again. That was the word I had. Calculating. She wasn't naive. She is calculating. And this right here is premeditation. That video you showed all that stuff she did earlier. She's not hurt. She ain't broken. She is no more broken now than she was before. But she is calculating on him now. This right here is called setting the alibi. And even on top of that, with him, he thought she was too simple to do that. She thought he was too much of a simp to do it to her. And now, the only people I feel bad for is those kids. Because, see, they told each other. And they getting exactly what they're supposed to get. Now, the Bible says you're supposed to forgive your enemies. I ain't on that jump either. But for you to say you such a religious zealot, that you can point out all of this vengeful stuff in the Bible, and you got other people who claim that they're religious, and this sisterhood who's able to go along with that, and they the same ones that want a God-fearing man. No, and this is exactly why, if I could just, for 2 seconds, just be personal. When I told you a couple months ago about my situation with my house burned down. It just been rebuilt. We've been back in since July. Now, I told you that I started my business, and the same person I was supporting, providing, protecting, I let her bring in the finance. And I went 100%. She couldn't do it. Because, see, when I was only making $15 an hour and providing 2-story, 2-car garage, it's supposed to be easy. But she get to sit in AC, and she was finding contempt with me that she had to do it. But see, when the insurance kicked in, they buy me a new bag, buy her a car. And now these people, all these different entities, are offering the $500 million contracts, offering to fly me all around the world for meetings. Our whole attitude changed because, true to life, I have not cheated on my wife. We just had our 11th anniversary on the 11th. But she sees now, once I start rolling out there, different countries, all these different women, with that status, then everything ain't so protected and easy no more for her. Now she knows she got to earn it. So you are not happy by yourself, Miss Birdie. You're pretending and putting up that shield. Drop that shield and pick up a real man who's going to show you what happiness is. Not against you, ma'am. I'm just bringing you reality. I'm 44 myself. And I had to tell my wife, if we go our separate ways, I ain't looking to get married. But you used to being married with a provider and a protector. And who you going to find at 41 years old, 2 kids, trained by another man to please him? It's not going to happen.
Couldn't say it better myself. Thank you very much for this call.
I hear what you.
I've had the ladies on here for a while, and I'm going to let them go here in a moment. But Birdie, I do want to ask you one question here. How long have you and Mr. Magic been together?
5 years. And we're partners. Like when I say partners, like I get what a lot of people are saying. If you both come into something with a true intention, and y'all know what y'all working towards together and not deceiving yourselves like homegirl and homeboy, we didn't come in with that type of situation. We came in because we knew what we wanted. And then we came together and knew what we wanted together. But that's a facade. What they have going on is a facade. And they came in, they had their whole setup. She bought into his weird ministry. She got her own weird ministry.
Birdie, how old is he?
He's right, 45. We both 45.
He doesn't have any children.
Yes, he does. We both have grown children.
Well, I don't have any children he's taking care of. Are you cohabitating?
No.
And y'all are perfectly happy. I know he is, but you're perfectly happy though.
Oh yeah.
Bernie, I suggest you hold on to him.
I do. We're great together.
Yeah, don't go through his phone. Don't look at it on. Don't do that.
I'm a grown ass.
If it rains, baby, just go temporarily blind. Don't look. Don't ask. Don't anything.
I don't know. When you get to a certain age, you don't be doing all of that type of stuff.
I agree. I'm trying to keep y'all's little relationship together. You two, Amber. Y'all. Amber getting loose now. She used to be this little thing now. She's getting loose, y'all. You start seeing this fraying around the edges. I'm seeing it now, Amber.
I am 30 now.
You sure are. So we're entering that zone where these chicks start getting disciplinary problems. I can see she's getting her hair done differently. Her hair is getting done
differently. I always do. And actually, in November and December, it's time that I straighten my hair because it's not going to get all crazy with the sun and the humidity. So this is not something new.
Y'all, women lie. I'm just gonna say it like that. They lie. So Amber, I'm not gonna bust you out here. I'm just saying, by the way, as a man who's been there and know that, I'm just taking that into account. So I'm not mad at you.
What am I lying about? Tell me.
Ma'am, look here. Okay. She was like a whole different woman from the last few videos that we had with her. She was like a whole different woman. So Amber,
I'm 30. I'm living more authentically Amber. So yeah. That's what you see, the glow. The 30 glow.
Okay. Well, Mr. Ambar, I hope you sleeping well. Although I would recommend one eye open because I'm seeing warning signs, dude. I'm not in your business, but I'm seeing
warning signs. Tell us.
Man, fellas, when you're female and get to that age, she's all of a sudden she's worried about her hair and whatnot. It's like, okay, who is she trying to impress? What is going on? At 30, I just turned 30. Who is she trying to impress? So,
me, myself, and Anna.
Okay.
Me.
Well, I kind of she's making her hair worse now. The more nervous she gets, y'all see, the more nervous she gets, the more she's messing
You look great.
So she's starting to get nervous now because she started tossing her hair and messing up. And that's that subconscious speaking to you. Ladies, before you two go, because Amber, you keep a beehive. Last question here. I just got finished checking off the line meter right now. So I got to find out which one of you ladies would purchase something like that for your man as a gift. I was looking at a BMW X7. By the way, these people here got some insane ass markups on these vehicles right now. So we'll see how things go. I got it. I ain't got it for them. But my point is, let's just say the vehicle is $100,000. Top of the line. I'm not even going to put you in an Aston Martin or something like that. Shout out Ash. Well, let's just say $100,000. So that would be an Escalade Platinum, Navigator Black Label, Grand Wagoneer. Let's just say something like that. BMW X7, Mercedes GLS, not the Maybach. So we're talking about a full-size SUV. Which one of you would pay for that as a gift for your man?
If I made the money?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. If he,
I don't think that's
so
money. So
like,
you're not gonna see me do that.
like, you don't like stuff like that.
What? How much does he make a year, Bernie?
He makes $10,000 a month.
Okay, you say he makes $10,000 a month, but he don't like stuff like that. What are you talking about? What are you saying?
Me and him, we grow food, we grow other things. He likes to hunt. He has, his off-roading type of thing. Like, our life is way different. That's why I said a lot of those things I don't resonate with.
He doesn't need $10,000 a month to do the. I'm from Louisiana. He doesn't need $10,000 a month.
He doesn't need it, but he makes it.
Okay, so when you say that he doesn't want it, that's untrue.
I'm talking about the car. You just talked about a
Yes,
car.
ma'am. I'm talking about that too. That's untrue. Otherwise, he could do that on $5,000 loan.
Yeah, but he doesn't want those things.
I think also there's people like that. They have money, but they don't live luxury. So that's another thing. Like I have seen and I do know people that are well off and they get money, but however they choose to like wear like regular like no name brand. They choose to be like
right, but the money's got to go somewhere because if you're living, okay, slow down. Slow down. If you're living a certain lifestyle, you're either working to make money or you're working so you can have more time. You're either working so you can have more money or you're working so you can have more time. If he's already as men, we're minimalists. So if he's already meeting all of his requirements at $50,000 a year, there's no reason for him to do all this extra to get $120,000 a year. There's no reason for that. He's already doubling his effort. So what I'm saying is it makes no sense for him to do double the effort for needs that he's not trying to meet. If his lifestyle doesn't require $100,000 and he's not spending any of that $100,000, that doesn't make sense. Okay, but she didn't say he's saving anything either. And if he's trying to build generational wealth, you're trying to build generational wealth for what?
For our legacy.
Okay, but his children are grown.
Yes, it's fine. We want to leave legacies for our kids.
Right, but by the time if his children are grown right now and he's only in his 40s, he's not going to be able to leave them nothing. They're going to have to go ahead and build their own now. Whatever he does is going to be ancillary. They're already grown in the real world, have to get out here and get it for themselves. So whatever he's doing is well wishes. He's in his 40s. He's going to live for another 25, 30 years. They're not, you're talking about his legacy. They're not going to be able to cash in on that anytime soon.
They're cashing in on it now. We said that this is for them now.
Business is plural.
Yes. This is plural. This is generational wealth. That's what I was saying before about pools. The different pools that people are in. Black people are thinking other ways now. Like I can't explain it.
I can explain it. Okay, the bottom line here is that according to y'all, y'all are not gonna buy your man an Escalade. You're not gonna buy him a Navigator. If he gets with you as his woman, if he wants those things, he got to get it for him. If he wants those things, if he likes those kind of things, if that's the way he wants to be, because let me tell you right now, there's a hell of a whole lot of difference driving the Escalade than there is driving the Chevy Blazer. Let me tell you, I've been in both. Whole lot of difference between the two. So, there's a whole lot of difference between the two. Let me tell you, if your man sits here and drive one of them things, you're going to be like, Jason, I don't know how I ever got by without it. But my point is, as a man, just understand that part right there too. As a woman, you're not going to work that hard. You're not going to do that because you understand that takes a lot of output. That's a serious burden. I should know. I've been shouldered 4 or 5 of them. That's a serious burden. So when a woman says, I'm going to do this myself, no, you're not. I put the thing about the G-Wagon. I put a graph about that before. Do you realize how much work it would take? All the females want one. Do you realize how much work it takes to do that? Here's the thing I was showing you. These are percentages of cars that require a monthly payment of $1,000 or more. Hold up so you all can see that. This was up for my patron customers. $100,000. This is how many vehicles right now have $1,000 a month car notes. That's how many of them have that right now. Car prices as high as they are, and if you like that kind of thing, that's great and everything. But boy, who's going to put in the work to do that? Who is actually going to put in the work to be able to do that? For the average Porsche, Land Rover, Jaguar, BMW, Mercedes, half of BMW customers are paying $1,000 a month. Half of them. Almost half of Mercedes customers are paying $1,000 a month. Half. Hell, even for Cadillac and Lincoln, which is one for 40%, almost half. So when you say that a woman's going to do that, the truth of the matter is a woman's going to work to have $1,000 a month to decide to do that. It's a nice dream. It's a nice slogan to say, well, theoretically they could, yeah, but us men are out here saying, I'll be damned. Can you hurry up and get this escalated? Because if a man approached you even with that attitude, even if you sniffed that he had that attitude, you're like, well, I don't want him. No matter how much he makes, he's walking you like, by the way, I can't wait for you to get that escalated. Because if he's driving one, you're like, wait a minute, you already got one. Well, yeah, but can you demonstrate something? So what I'm saying is, as a slogan, it sounds great. In practice, it ain't happening. The two women talking here right now, neither one of you is trying to figure out how to get $1,000 extra a month so your man can live lavish. Neither one of you is trying to think that over. Neither one of you is going to dedicate 5 seconds of brain power to try to figure out how you can make $1,000 a month.
Why would the car be the thing that we invest in?
I think if that's what he wants, because men were mechanical, but usually that you never hear us turning that kind of thing down. So what I'm saying is, if you can do it, it could be a car or something else. What you're not trying to do is figure out how you can use your effort and sweat and muscle to get an extra $1,000 a month for his convenience.
You wanted a car, you can have a car.
That you finance and you take care of. Thank you. He can get it if he goes to get it.
That's what he would like. That would be the kind of gifts that I would get him. But
right.
That dude. Not every man is the same. Not everyone.
Bernie, you're saying that you would work and make an extra $1,000 a month.
If that's what he required, if that was something that he was, then why wouldn't I be that? Why wouldn't I do that for him if that's what he wants? But there's not a lot, like when you know your partner, if I showed up with this, he would be looking at me like, he's not that guy.
Bernie, you're 45 years old. You've never been with a man who wanted a nice car as a gift?
Yeah, I've known those guys.
Did you ever fulfill their expectations?
I said I've known those guys.
Did you ever fulfill their expectations?
Those weren't their requirements.
Oh, so okay, you know them guys. It's just nobody you over there.
Yes. No one
That's hella convenient. I just said none of the men you've ever been with one of the nice cars.
No one that I know. None of one that I have ever required anything like that.
They were lying. Just to emphasize, they were lying. So Bernie, I'm so sorry to ruin your memories. They were lying.
You're a man, you would know what men want.
Why would I come on your show in like 10 years and be like, yeah, I just bought Angel Mercedes-Benz and I'm financing it. Just
in 10 years?
Yeah, when I make the money.
How old is he now?
He's my same age.
When he's 40. So much for the boss babes who are out here doing it now. And by the way, I like Amber. I like Amber personally. But what I'm saying is, when you say that, hey, Jason, there's chicks out here doing it, not really. They're at home getting their hair done and doing their nails and looking fly just like you. That's where they are. Okay, well, ma'am, okay, there must be somebody else's geeks out there, talents out there. My point is, they at home, getting in front of the mirror, looking all cute and fly, and getting their teeth whitened, just like you. That's where they're at. They ain't throwing no elbows out. They're throwing elbows just long enough to go to Sephora and buy what they need, and then they going home. What they're not trying to do is pay for a $2,500 a month loft on the second floor down from Derrick Jackson. That's what they not do. They come into his.
Or they're saving for their child's university and college. Or they're paying and financing it, making sure they have life insurance if something happens to them.
We wouldn't have the tremendous amount of folk begging for their student loans to be forgiven if that were true.
But it's happening. A lot of parents are saving money right now for that.
Listen, facts don't really make an impression when women on it. We have most of these people out here are hoping to get their student loans forgiven. Very clearly, nobody's putting money aside.
I have college funds for my children.
Okay, but my point is, if the people who owe for their student loans were really putting money aside like that for their children, they paid off their own student loans first. Clearly, it ain't happening. Now, you in your case, you're an anomaly, okay? You're an anomaly across the board. But the average, most females, not even average, the majority of females are not enjoying some of the freedoms that you've carved out for yourself, which is good. You handle yours responsibly. The majority is not doing that. You were realistic and you cashed in your chips realistically where you were. But you know, the majority of females are not doing that. They're not. They're just crossing their fingers, hoping for the best.
Yeah, I definitely think it's important to invest in all these other areas because what I think about often, what's something on my mind often is if I am not here, how are my kids going to sustain life, right? Like, and whoever takes my kids, right? Let's say something happens to me and age of both. There's something tragic. You never know. Life is short. And they no longer have their mom or their dad, right? So now I got to make sure there's money for whoever's going to take care of them. Because that's also, no matter how much you love children, taking in somebody else's kids is still an added responsibility that you can ask for, right? So I'm going to make sure that my kids are not a financial burden. They may be emotional burdens. They may be all these other burdens, but they're not going to be a financial burden.
Well, your attitude about this, I think, has been markedly different from some of the other people that we've been discussing here tonight. So, ladies, I want to thank you for your time here. You've been held way over. We had some technical glitches. I'm sure they'll try to attribute that to curses on me and stuff. So, hey, if I don't show up next week, I guess she was telling the truth, y'all. But if I do, does that mean that she was lying and that God's on my side? I think you should take it over. By the way, if I don't show up next week, she'll be saying, I told you, and that was what it is. If I do show up next week, doesn't that prove that he's on my side? Just think. What in the world? You can smell what the rock is cooking. All right. Well, in any case, here, thank you so much, ladies, for your time. I appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and let you all go here. We'll be doing this again real soon. We are back over here. Let me see. I got one person waiting on the phone line. So let me get called here, code 973. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
How you doing? My name is Joseph.
All right, Joseph, where are you calling from?
New Jersey.
Where at in New Jersey?
Newark.
Of course. What's on your mind, Joseph?
I'm listening to these women, and for the most part, it's very frustrating to listen to these women talk because what they do is they speak from anecdotal experience, and they think very short term. And the way that they go about having a discourse, they want to ingratiate non-serious discourse into a serious discourse. You know what I mean to say is that, you know, the sisterhood of failure has succeeded again. As far as what I've been listening to, there's no way that a woman is going to willingly, and she's not willingly going to, help a man build his capital. She's not going to take away her resources to help a man build his. If she does that, it's going to be very short term, and for the most part, she's going to resent every second of it. The reason why divorces happen primarily is because of finances. When these women are incapable of getting their own resources, that's the reason why they always have to, rub shoulders with a man that's either equal or better than them. And when I hear these women talk, all they're doing is just perpetuating the stereotype of them being liars. I guess this is the real definition of black girl magic, because all they do is fantasize and manifest, and nothing comes to fruition. And that's just the classic case of them just living in their own delusional mind. That's all I have to say.
Well, what we're experiencing is a situation where people are expressing their theories, and they're not being required to demonstrate what their theories put in practice. And as soon as you say, okay, show us what this put in practice, they say, well, it could be it. And as men, we understand, it's like, okay, it's like the Godfather said, women and children can afford to be silly, men can't. We can't afford to do that. So we hear them talking and yakking, just like, okay, but you better not try to live by this. When Jason does, women who go out there and get it themselves, great, go buy me an Escalade. Go buy me an S-Class. Hell, buy me an E-Class. Show me that you can compete at this level. Because you see, if a man buys a woman a car like that, nobody bats an eye. But you don't have a bunch of men out here saying, damn, my chick got me one of those too. That's what's not happening. A man goes off and buys a woman a $5,000 purse. The woman buys him a pair of damn socks. And telling you that she's out here making it happen and making it pop off like you. And if you throw her those excuses, you know, you should be tell her, well, baby, you know, I'm putting money in the bank for the future. And I'm investing in the children, for the wildlife fund, the life insurance fund. You do that one, and she's going to be like, okay, you're not productive enough. Next thing you know, let me see if I got Derrick Jackson's number. You're not productive enough. But as a man, they have no problem telling you, oh, I can do what you can do. And you're like, great, bring me the results I brought you. Well, you a man, I ain't got to roll. Hold on a second. You said you were doing what I'm doing. If you're doing what I'm doing, it costs you no more than it costs me. So let's go ahead and see that. Let's see the results. And you know, you don't have to do no results. It's like, yeah, when the rubber meets the road, that's not what's happening. One of the things in particular here, which is why I put these things up here, I have my other one. Y'all are going to make me go off and go find my other one. When I was showing this before, because I think I'm going to just go ahead and get this out of the way tonight, so I'm going to do this on a regular basis. Since we're talking about this and everything, I was talking about the $100,000, the $1,000 a month car payments. But the other one was about how, you know, just some of these things you want to get in general. Forget the car payments altogether. What about the things you want to have in general? What about those? What about the life you want to live in general? You know, men, if a man doesn't aspire to anything, that's something for you to get to raise your eyebrows over. When you tell me that a man doesn't want something, when you tell me he doesn't want something, that means something to you. That means something to me when you say that kind of thing. There's not a man who doesn't want anything. There's a fellow who ain't gonna work for it, but there's not a man who doesn't want something. That's just not part of the makeup. That just doesn't do it. I want to give you all something to take a look at right here. I did this. This is something I did. My patrons saw this weeks ago. Yes, I actually put in real work over there on Patreon. I want you all to take a look at this. Someone is going to tell you that women are going to do what we do. If someone's going to tell you that you can ever get the same results, and all that talking and yakking on the internet, no, let me go ahead and put you to work. Put you to work. This is what we see. I'm throwing this up here so you all can see this in very large letters. I want you to understand this. This is real. This is where the rubber meets the road. And this is where fact separates from fiction. Right here. This is where it really matters. I want you to understand exactly what you're looking at in this regard, because this is the kind of thing that should get your attention. Let's say for something as modest as a BMW X7 for $80,000. If you're making $30 an hour, just $30 an hour, that is going to require of you 2,667 hours of work. 2,000. That's if you make $30 an hour. Now let's bump that up for a G-Wagon. Let's just say every female's dream car out there. That's going to be for $30 an hour, 5,666 hours of work. One more thing right there. 5,660. Do you understand how long that takes right there? Do you understand that? To give you all an idea, there are only 8,760 hours in a year. There are only 8,760 hours in 1 year. It's going to require 5,666 hours of work. If you want a G-Wagon, if you want a Bentley Bentayga, 7,500 hours of work if you make $30 an hour. What woman do you know who's going to sit there and say, let me dedicate myself to that? 40 hours a week. 40 hours a week. And she's going to start chipping away at this like Andy Dufresne breaking out of prison in the Shawshank Redemption. As a man, if you are waiting for a woman to put in over 5,000 hours of work so that you can rest your masculine back in the G-Wagon, dude, you're going to be here till Derrick Jackson's wife says Jesus came back. It's not going, the bottom line is that's not going to happen. They're going to get on Facebook and run their mouths, but all they're going to do is go buy themselves, if you're lucky, a house. They're not going to do this. They are never going to commit to the 5,000 hours of work that it will require. Even if you try to be slick and say, well, Jason, what did she make? $50 an hour, $60 an hour. That's great. It only cuts those numbers in half. 1,334 hours. 2,333. That's not a whole lot better. We were already deep in the woods. When I said 2,000 hours, we were already deep in the woods. There's only 40 hours of work in a week. Is she really going to stick at this for all the weeks it's going to take and all the years it's going to take to make that happen for you? And by the way, this is not counting the mortgage, the rent, the utilities, groceries, God help you, vacations. If she has any of those nice little makeup things she wants, it's not counting any of those. So as a man, what you're being told is that walking in the door, you have to preclude yourself from ever getting this level of benefit. Ain't gonna happen. But there's somebody telling you, well, Jason, there's chicks out here willing to put in this work. And plenty of men sitting around saying, you know, because the reason why I put this together was because I heard females saying that before. And I started just asking the question. You know, I have never seen a woman that I personally know who drives a G-Wagon. I hear a bunch of them expecting the man to take care of it. I hear a bunch of females claiming they can do it. I ain't never seen a female driving a G-Wagon. I've only seen one or two driving the X7, but I couldn't prove they paid for it. But as far as them putting the bill on these things, when they have to go get one, they go get a BMW X3 or a used X5. An X7 or Alpina ain't happening. G-Wagon, not coming. Bentayga, forget about it. But everybody's telling us that theoretically they can do this. And I'm like, okay, in the real world, I've never seen that theory prove itself. No other man I know of has said that either. I'll let you have the last word.
Okay, thank you. Well, I have a friend, who actually, his wife complained for years. He makes enough money to call it, doing long haul. He's a truck driver. So, long story short, he figured that, oh, well, you make enough money. I always wanted a BMW X5. So he went ahead and got one. I think within 3 months, he took it back because he drove it into the ground. You know what I'm saying? Like every public week there was something wrong with it. And she was the only one driving. But she didn't want to take care of none of the repairs that go into taking care of an exotic vehicle, especially one, with that so-called German engineering. Those parts are expensive. So he ended up taking it back. He got something American. Something that, but, that's just the point that you're making. A lot of these women always have their hand out. They claim that they're so strong and so independent, but when push comes to shove, they need a man to, help them do not the small things, but the big things.
Well, they kind of just leave you hanging in passenger perspective. If you're a man and you actually listen to this and you actually believe it, you're going to be very disappointed when it never actually comes to the door. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. I did this because I wanted to show this up here on the screen to bring this in proper contrast for you all. I'll probably bring it back to another program and whatnot, but my patrons, you've already seen this one right here because I've already been up the numbers. As men, I would love to believe this stuff. I'm like, okay, don't talk about it, be about it. And if any of them were actually going to make that occur, they would be about it and we'd be seeing results. I'm just telling you right now, I've never seen a fellow whose chick bought him an Escalade. I don't care how much complaining you do. She's going to tell you, well, I got a 10-year plan to get there. Which, by the way, is ironic because, it's coincidental because, Amber, she's like, give me 10 years. Okay. Fellas, let me ask you a question. Do you think that a female is going to quit you or allow you to have a 10? If she said she wants a Gucci bag, would she allow you a 10-year plan? Think about this for a few moments. Ladies, if you told a man that you would love to have a Gucci purse and he told you, well, you know what, baby, in 10 years, I'm going to get to work now, and in 10 years, we going to see if we can get that knocked out for you in 10 years, baby. That boy, you stick by me. I want you to think about that for a few moments and see what that sounds like. Could you imagine a man telling you, you want a Gucci bag? Well, no problem, baby, in 10 years. And you're sitting here skipping through the mall. Man, in 10 years, I'm going to be back up in here and I'm going to be stunting on you broads in 10 years. Y'all just stick around. In 10 years, I'm going to be stunting on. Could you imagine that? Could you imagine somebody saying that to you and then you be expected to be happy hearing it? Every female in here would be mortally offended if you told him that and then he said in 10 years. But yet, if a man says that to you, you'll say that to him with a straight face. Why, sure, we can take care of that in 10 years. Now, she's not dumb. She knows full damn well you can go pay for your own in that amount of time. It's not about the money. It's not what you're willing to do. It's about what you're willing to do. And in this scenario, based on what we've seen, you gotta pay the cost to be the boss. You gotta pay the cost to be the boss. Right now, what I'm saying, sorry, Miss Jackson, but you gotta be in it to win it now. You can't get out the game. You gotta be in this to win this. You got to take it all the way. This is the horse that's gonna take you home. This is it. We're never going to get a fella who's got 1/5 of the productivity of Derrick Jackson. When you come to the door, thumping that Bible and trying to flex your scriptures, you just understand you're going to run anybody else off. This guy been with you this long. He's already trapped. He's already abandoned all hope. This is where you at. It's been sad to see your psyche cracking in front of the world as a result of this. So right now, you can't save yourself, but hopefully you can serve as a cautionary tale to everybody else. All the other females out there that they are sitting here entertaining their Derrick Jackson, a fellow who you know is a liar. You know he's running around deceiving people. You know he's not truthful. You know that he's just a slick talking charlatan. You think that mess is cute. Eventually the day comes that that snake that you've been petting, eventually he comes to bite you. And when he does, he's going to sink his teeth in deeper than anybody else. Then you don't have those years anymore. That's the thing that bothers you the most. Is like, I'll be damned, I gave up my 20s. I gave up my prime years. Now I got to stick with him because this was the investment I made. He is my investment. This is it. This is it. While you're looking up scriptures, attempting to cast silly, never gonna happen curses on other people, you might want to go look up some scriptures that teach you about reaping what you've sown, long suffering, patience, and becoming comfortable where you're at. I think that you should familiarize yourself with those. They're going to come in a whole lot more handy in your experience. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up, man. Over 4 hours. I did not mean to go on this long tonight. We started a little bit late. I want to thank everybody here. Thank you, Ambar. Thank you, Bernie. Thank you to all of you who joined us here live or recorded. Thank you very much for that. All of our blog talk people. Thank you to everyone who's contributed to support tonight's program here on PayPal, Cash App, or Super Chat. So everybody out there, thank you very much as well. I saw you there, here, overseas in the chat room and everything. I appreciate that. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up. If you are new here to the business, welcome to the program that all of your favorite YouTubers talk trash about behind our backs and then steal all the principles and talking points that we use here. You'll be hearing it elsewhere. Keep your eyes and ears open for that. Click that red subscribe button. Click that little notification bell. Join us each and every time. And if you haven't, join our Patreon. You want to go ahead and check that out as well. The links are in the description of the video. So go ahead and sign up for that as well here. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, handle your business or your business will handle you.